Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Asheville City Council meeting. If you could just take a moment to silence your cell phones. And if you want to sign up to speak on an item on the agenda, just step into the hall and you can sign up to speak and it'll show up on our screen, assuming we have the sign up sheet pulled up on our screen. And if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, I will begin by reading our decorum statement, our chamber decorum statement. Members of the public attending council meetings or addressing the council shall abide by the following rules. Everyone shall follow the instructions of the mayor or any other presiding officer or official, and shall refrain from impeding or interrupting the conduct of business. This shall include, but not be limited to, clapping, yelling, or other audio expressions or of approval or disapproval of comments made during the meeting. Persons addressing the council are expected to observe the decorum of the chamber, to be respectful of the council and the public, to refrain from the use of profanity or foul language, to refrain from personal attacks and commentary on candidates for political office, and to refrain from making disclosures prohibited by the Personnel Privacy Act with respect to any city employee. Failure to abide by these rules may subject you to removal from the council chamber. Thank you. Before we begin our meeting today, and we don't have any proclamations, I do want to recognize that we in our community, since our last meeting, suffered a double homicide of 2 young people in our community, and our community is grieving. There have been several events already to honor the memories of the folks whose lives were lost, and there will be additional community events coming up along with funerals for those individuals. And I know various council members have spoken out on this issue. The manager and I, along with the chief of police who is here, have also spoken to the community about this event in our community. So, and as I said before, I do not want us to become numb to these kinds of events. It should not be anything anyone accepts in their community as something that is normal. And we need to continue to work in partnership to make sure that people receive the education, the support, the health care, the housing, everything an individual needs to be successful in life and have the greatest amount of opportunity. And tonight, on our agenda, we do have an expansion of a current partnership we already have as a city with what I would call a violence interruption program. And it's a timely opportunity to expand that partnership. So with that, council, I would ask if there's a motion to approve the consent agenda. There is a request to remove item I from the consent agenda. So do I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda without item I?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Okay, somebody have the sign-up sheet pulled up.
I do.
Is there anyone signed up?
There is not.
Okay.
Oh, let me reload. I apologize. No. Oh, one. No. Sorry, it's not.
Yes, okay.
It's not. No consent. No.
Oh, okay. All right, we don't have anyone signed up to speak under the consent agenda. So with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the vote is 6-0 to approve the consent agenda without item I, and I forgot to mention that Councilwoman Ullman is away this evening. Item I is a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept the 2026 high-intensity drug trafficking area grant from the Executive Office of the President, Office of National Drug Control Policy on behalf of Asheville HIDTA branch, and authorize the city manager to execute all documents associated with the grant and adopt a budget amendment in the city's special revenue fund in the amount of $160,904. Do I have a motion to approve item I?
So moved.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second.
If I may,
Yes.
regarding item H, bulletproof vests are necessary equipment for our police department, and we have always had the funding to purchase them. We still have budget priority and transparency issues, in my opinion. This year, I'm voting to approve this grant because it is important to me to show that we're using every available opportunity to minimize the burden of property taxes on our residents. The city of Asheville has budget issues, overtime issues, serious public safety issues that require us to ensure we're sending the right responder with the right tools and training during serious issues our community faces around mental health and behavioral health, substance use, violence prevention. Not 2 to 4 people on staff for a whole city, but an office of community safety is needed that matches the demand of our community needs. Regarding item I that I've asked to be pulled, the ACLU has warned against the HIDTA grants as continued funding for the failed war on drugs and unconstitutional warrantless searches. Our community expects proactive relational responses to safety issues, violence prevention, and living wages so first responders, including law enforcement, can afford to live in the community they serve. We know detectives have to do the work downstream, responding to violence and crime that has already happened. But the city of Asheville has an opportunity to go upstream to prevent crime and violence if we make it a budget priority. And I think we've failed to do that multiple times. Recent budget cuts have included strategic partnership fund cuts that fund youth programming and cuts to weekend hours at recreational facilities, the community investments for violence prevention that are proven to work. I believe our staff have the resources and vision to get us moving in the right direction with council support, but until then, I have to use the lever I have for accountability, and that includes my vote of no on budget on items like this. Thank you.
Okay, so council, just to follow up on that, we already voted for item H, which Councilwoman Roney mentioned, which is the funding for bulletproof vests, which historically has been a 6-to-1 vote on that topic. So I'm glad to hear that you're voting for that tonight, especially given a recent incident involving an active shooter in a parking lot at a bar that police were forced to confront. I would want to make sure that our police officers are well protected when they're facing that kind of violence and potential injury. So what we are voting on, though, is item I, which is a recurring item that we receive federal funding around, not very much funding, but some funding around working on, from a policing standpoint, drug trafficking. We are tonight also, as I mentioned, continuing a partnership in what is considered a violence interruption program and building that out to be able to serve more students and children in our community. So that's a positive change in our relationship there and expansion. I am a little bit concerned about Councilwoman Roney scolding us all for not funding strategic partnership funds when we just went through a budget cycle where we were challenged not to raise taxes more than we did because we were placing that burden on the backs of all of our taxpayers in our city. So while I think we all would love to be able to vote for every strategic partnership opportunity in our community and serve every single person in the way that best suits them and then the way that they need, we know that we have limitations on our funding and we do not want to overburden our community with taxes that make their lives unaffordable to be able to continue to live here in Asheville. So it's a challenging balancing act to make the tough decision to vote for a budget that is balanced and not a budget that funds every single thing that is before us. And so voting against something because it's not perfect instead of voting for something because it serves the community that we live in, to me, is what leadership requires. So that we do support a balanced budget to be able to serve our community.
And Mayor, thank you for those words. I also want to just highlight the co-responder program that we started on July 20th, where we have a mental health clinician riding along with both our fire department and our law enforcement. This is in addition to the additional peer support specialists that we've added and the additional extra firefighters that we've added. And that was working directly with our strategic partnerships, and I'm proud to have been a part of, led that effort with Councilwoman Ullman, who is not here. I also want to say that for the grant purposes of this, it actually says this unit does not focus on or adopt cases that are for simple possession, only on cases that deal in trafficking, manufacturing, and distribution of illegal drugs. And I think we all know that we have a severe substance use issue. We have methamphetamine and fentanyl coming into our community, and I can't imagine why anyone would not want to protect our community.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item I on the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we have a 5-1 vote on item I on the consent agenda. All right, council, moving on to presentations and reports. We have a very important manager's report. They're all important, but this is a very important manager's report tonight. I'm going to turn over to the city manager to introduce our manager's report this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. On this evening, we have our Transportation Director, Ashley Hare, as well as our Assistant Transportation Director, Jessica Morris, who will be providing us with an update. Because this is a manager's report, we are not seeking any action from you today, just taking any feedback, and we'll bring that forward at your August 25th meeting. So I'll pass it over to Ashley.
Good evening. As the city manager noted, we're here to talk about the Asheville Rides Transit Comprehensive Operational Analysis. We are about 1.5 years into this study. We're going to talk about where we are.
I don't think they can hear you. Is that the problem?
Can you speak just a little bit closer to that?
Oh,
If I
sure.
can. If it's
Can you hear me
as
now?
high as it could-
Is that better?
Try that.
It is
You might need to
better.
project.
Okay, I'll just talk
just
louder. Okay. We're here to talk about the Asheville Rides, that's better, okay. Asheville Rides Transit Comprehensive Operational Analysis, which we've been underway with for about 18 months. We're going to talk about where we are in that process, what our next steps are, and what some of the options might be. So next slide, or do I do that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So what you see here is a diagram outlining the phases of this study. We started about 18 months ago, last March, on the phase 1 of the project, which was asking the public what they wanted to see in their transit network. Phase 2, we brought those ridership and coverage concepts, took those to the public, brought them to you to get direction. Phase 3, we took the feedback that we had received and prepared a draft plan, which we presented to you in May. We've taken all that feedback, we've gone back out to the community, and we are now at the point where we are refining that network. The direction we received from council back in November was to design a draft network that nudged the system towards the ridership model, so better frequencies on more routes. Our current network is about a 50-50 split between coverage and ridership. The draft network that you were presented with in May nudges that towards the ridership side with about a 40 to 60% split between coverage and ridership. We're also directed to prioritize coverage in areas with many low-income persons. So backing up to May, when you saw the draft network, that kicked off about 5 or 6 weeks of public engagement that we took out to the public. We had a new survey, we had a stakeholder workshop, we had several tabling events and or community engagement meetings. We went to MMTC, we went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and talked to the Housing Authority about that draft network. Last week, on July 21st, we met with Petty to get their feedback on the input that we've received through that public engagement effort. We got a recommendation from them to bring this presentation to you tonight, and also to suggest that council might direct staff to identify a longer-term funding strategy for this plan. Tonight, July 28th, we're here to, again, discuss with you the network options, inform that final plan that we'll be bringing back to you next month on the 25th for you to take action on that final network plan. Depending on what action is taken in August, at the earliest, implementation of any of those final changes to the network wouldn't happen before fiscal year 28, so next July or later. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Morris to talk about the network and our options.
I'm curious, and I'll ask the question later, the touch points that you mentioned for engagement, are you going to tell us about what was said in those meetings anywhere in this presentation?
What was said at those meetings?
Mm-hmm. The responses, all of that
Yes,
stuff?
yes,
Okay.
there's survey information and presentation.
In particular, I'm looking for that housing authority or the touch points of folks you met with.
Yes, we can talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a map of our existing network. The colors you can see here are mostly in the blue shades, which are showing the frequency of our network, which predominantly is every 30 minutes and or every 60 minutes. We don't have any orange on our map right now, really, which is showing that we don't have any routes that run every 15 minutes. So as you can see, a lot of our routes are running greater than every 30 minutes. The next slide, and I can toggle between the two if you'd like, but is what is in the draft network. And you can see kind of going between the two that generally the draft network has less routes, and you'll see that there's still a lot of blue routes, which are 30 minutes and 60 minutes, but what you'll see is that we now have some orange routes, which are the 15-minute routes that are being proposed. So what the draft network is seeking to do is to provide not only higher frequency, which are those orange routes, and we'll talk about where those are, but it's also seeking to provide more better schedules, better on-time performance, so better efficiency, and improving how these routes are coming into and moving out of the transit center so that they're synced better and the transfer times are going to be more functional for folks to be able to not have to wait at the transit center as long. So you're going to have a lot better synchronization of those routes coming in and out. So we call that time transfer. So we're timing those transfers a lot better. So that's improving the convenience for folks. But the orange routes, what we're showing are 15-minute frequency that would essentially be going from downtown to Hillcrest, from downtown to the River Arts District, and then downtown, down Biltmore, and McDowell to Biltmore Village. Those would be 15-minute frequency. And then that frequency, what has been shown is to not only increase ridership, but it's really at that frequency that you're making it so that somebody doesn't have to time their life around the bus. They're able to just rely on that and they no longer are having to just really time everything around the bus schedule. They know that that bus is going to be there when they walk to the stop. And so it just makes everything more convenient. So, it's not our whole network having that 15-minute frequency, but those key corridors would be a huge improvement there. Additionally, where the draft network is proposing increases in frequency on Patton Avenue, so a 30-minute frequency there, as well as to the south, which we've had very infrequent frequency. We've had 90-minute routes on our southern routes. These would now be 30-minute frequency from Biltmore Village down to Long Shoals, and then 60-minute frequency down to the airport and to Biltmore Park, which is better than it is now. We have 90-minute frequency. So those are some improvements. The rest of the network largely is staying the same in terms of frequency. But again, there's a lot of improvements in terms of just streamlining the network and improving the way that those routes are coming into and out of the station.
May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is the notion then that higher frequency automatically leads to increased ridership? And what is that assumption based on, please?
If it's okay, I'd like to invite our consultant up to.
And we may
to-
have seen some of that. We did some 15-minute routes, right? The West Asheville ones in particular come to mind, so maybe we can speak to actual experience since we implemented some 15-minute routes.
But West Asheville isn't up there.
No, I just mean, we have some 15-minute routes that we added in the past. We can speak to the literal experience.
Or do you want us to?
I'm not disagreeing with it, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, like, would it matter? Okay, making something up. And this is an assumption. If I live in Hillcrest, I suspect I might be a necessity rider, right? So if you have the bus coming for me every 15 minutes instead of every 20 minutes, because I had to ride the bus anyway, it doesn't make me more likely to ride it because I have to ride it, right? But if I live, making it up, on Kimberly Avenue, and you increase it, what is the time frame, or how frequent does it have to come for me to decide to catch the bus instead of driving my Lexus downtown?
So two parts to that question, and I think you've all met me online, but my name is Ricky Ngata. I'm a principal with Jerry Walker and Associates, and I work on this type of transit study, helping different transit agencies and communities think about transit. So two parts to that. First, what makes transit the most useful is being able to reach destinations, not just transit existing. And so more frequent service in the densest places is the formula to make transit the most useful, because people spend less time waiting and more time traveling. And so people can reach more things within whatever time they have in their lives.
Well, then, hold on. If you cut service to some places, you're actually fixing it so I can get to fewer places, but more frequently.
So we need to think about a specific time period in which people are traveling and think about what that would look like. And so in a lot of previous presentations, I've talked about access in 45 minutes. And so if you're thinking about where a person can get to in 45 minutes, that takes into account walking to a bus stop, waiting for the bus, and riding the bus. And what we see is that frequency overwhelmingly takes over that time, because if you're waiting for a 60-minute bus, then on average you're waiting 30 minutes, which means that you ride the bus for 15 minutes and you can't get very far. But if instead the bus comes about every 15 minutes, then your waiting time is 7.5 minutes, and you can wait the other 38 minutes or so riding the bus and transferring and using other routes. So even if it goes to specifically less places, it's still in the densest places, and you can still reach more total jobs. And so that's why we see that networks that are designed to have less routes that are more frequent do end up seeing higher ridership. And I've seen that in cities where I have designed network, but they have decided to adopt networks that shift that way. In Knoxville, Tennessee, they decided to shift towards ridership, and they did that where they had less routes that are more frequent, and 1 year later, they saw an increase of 18% more ridership.
And so 15 minutes is the goal?
15 minutes, anything that is more frequent will be more useful than service less frequent. Something magical happens at 15 minutes where people, like Jessica was saying, they just don't have to live their lives around a schedule. And so when we look at data, what we see is that ridership increases as frequency increases, but not just ridership, but productivity, ridership per cost. So even though we're providing more service when we provide higher frequency, that ratio should go down because we're providing more service. But we actually see that it goes up. And something happens at 15 minutes that it just shoots up in the data that we see in many different
And so
cities.
show me where we have the 15 minutes
So
frequency.
here there is 15-minute service that is going from Hillcrest through downtown into the River Arts District along the Route 2 that you see here in orange. And then there's service every 15 minutes going south of downtown along Biltmore and McDowell to Biltmore Village. And those are some of the strongest and densest areas that you have. So if you concentrate the service more frequently there, then you get the most bang for your buck. And to answer the second part of your question about people that may just need to use transit no matter what we see is that a lot of times people have talked about the difference between a choice rider and a dependent or captive rider. We try to stay away from that because everybody is on a spectrum some point in between those two. It's not just binary, it's not just one or the other. That comes back from older computing times when everything needed to be binary and that kind of stayed along. But everybody's on a spectrum along that. And what we see and what we have seen in the past in the US is that even people that you thought were dependent, if the service is bad enough, they'll buy that car they can't afford, and they'll find other ways to move around, or they just won't have that job because they can't get there in a reasonable amount of time. And so, yes, there's some people, it's a spectrum, and there's some people that are on either end of that spectrum, but there are many points in between. And so I invite you to just think about service in general and how useful it can be.
That kind of explains why when I've talked to other cities that have done something like this, that people either choose to buy a car, have to rent or schedule a ride more often, or leave the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. You have so much knowledge and information, and I'm just so glad with all the money that we spent on this study that you're finally coming in person to address us, so thank you.
I'm happy to be here and see you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
So of course, we want to talk about the trade-offs because there are trade-offs. And so this study, it was using the same resources. It wasn't adding resources or adding money. What we were doing with this study was looking at our existing resources, the same number of buses, the same amount of money, and saying, do we want to consider reallocating those resources? And so, if you tug on one end of the string, it's moving at the other end. And so if we're adding buses and adding frequency in one location, that means that you have to, unfortunately, have a removal of service from somewhere. And so the trade-off there is removing service from certain locations. And so what we did is we looked at the places that were providing service right now, and we looked at where we have the lowest ridership, but we also looked at it from the perspective of where we have the least amount of housing with, or residential density with low-income persons. So that doesn't necessarily mean that we were looking at where jobs are that people may have, but we're looking at residential. And so what we looked at were these locations here on the right where we have the least amount of ridership, and we tried to make our decisions based completely on trying to avoid areas where there were residential units that had low-income residences. So that was kind of how we prioritized these cuts that are being proposed in this draft network. And so this graph, or these bar charts here, what we're trying to show here is within a half a mile And the top bar of each of these bar charts is the existing network, and the bottom one is the draft network. We're trying to show the difference in how many people will be closer to transit service within that half mile of transit service between the existing and the draft by frequency. So as I mentioned, our existing network, we don't have any 15-minute frequency. We just have 30-minute and above. And so if the draft network is adding 15-minute frequency, overall, we're going to be adding 8% of the population will now be within a half mile of 15-minute frequency. And in total, we would be bringing 37% of the population within a half mile of 30-minute frequency. And then if you looked at it from low-income persons near transit, we would be bringing 38% of the population, 38% of low-income persons within a half a mile of transit service. Now, there is obviously a trade-off here because we are removing some service with this proposed network. The gray, the red box on the right, the total number of persons that would not be within a half mile of service does increase slightly. So from 39% to 42%, you'd see a 3% increase in the total number of people that would no longer be within a half mile of service. So we want to highlight those trade-offs there.
Jessica, can we press pause here? Because
Sure.
this came up in the Planning Economic Development Environment Committee meeting. Unfortunately, there's some missing parts of the study because of the scope that we set at the beginning, which isn't on y'all, it's on us. We didn't consider the future land use projects. So for example, Ferry Road, the closest you get to Ferry Road, which is gonna be like 700 households in our community, it's a new neighborhood. That's not considered in the loss here because that's what the W2 is what we would build the Inca Candler circulator around. And when folks in the public are looking at this, we're only considering what we're losing based on what we have now, not what we've approved to build moving forward. And that's a pretty big one. So just wanted to make sure we brought that to this meeting as well. Thank you.
So Ricky was talking a little bit about jobs, and that is one of the things that the draft network is looking at is the change in job access. And so within 45 minutes, and that 45 minutes is kind of a standard commute time, and it's not just the time that you're on the bus, it's meant to be from your front door to your destination. So your total trip time. Looking at between existing and with this draft network, there would be an increase of access, 10% increase for the average resident with the draft network, and a 15% increase for the average low-income resident would be able to reach 15% more jobs within a 45-minute period between the existing and the draft network. So we did talk to, we did go to the board meeting, one of the board meetings at the Housing Authority, and did a short presentation. And one of the things that we highlighted at that meeting was the communities that the Housing Authority oversees, and wanted to kind of break down how the draft network is going to either stay the same or not for those communities. And so for the most part, frequency is staying the same for the majority of the Housing Authority communities. There will be 15-minute service available for Hillcrest, Maple Crest, and Aston Towers. Aston Towers is on French Broad, but it'll be very close to Hilliard Avenue, which is going to be on that 15-minute network. Pisgah View, Bartlett Arms, Erskine, Livingston, Walton, Asheville Terrace, those are all going to be essentially same in terms of frequency. Some of the routes are changing a little bit in terms of their alignments and where they go. Deaver View, the frequency is the same, the route alignment is different. And we have heard that the way that the route is aligned in the proposed network could be problematic for some folks that typically like to go to Haywood. It's now being aligned on Patton. So we have heard some negative comments there. Pisgah View, the alignment there would be a slight change in terms of the direction of travel. But from a frequency perspective, all of that is staying the same. The Housing Authority board members were very, very concerned with the cuts that have been proposed, particularly the cuts that have been proposed to Social Security and to MAHEC, as well as Grove Park Inn. Those were the ones that seemed to be at the top of their mind.
May I add to your commentary? So I was at that meeting as well. You did a great job in your presentation. I think we're downplaying the angst and the ire and the venom that was present in that room. They did discuss MAHEC for quite some time. They were particularly upset with the Kenilworth elimination because there are a number of housing authority scattered sites in that area. They talked in addition to the social services building. Folks may not know, but there is only one dialysis center in the city of Asheville, and it's right there. They were appalled at the loss or potential loss of service to Transformation Village. As it relates to Pisgah View, it seems that while this makes sense on paper, the people who actually have to use the service, they think it's nuts. Moving service from one side of Pisgah View to the other street caused one gentleman a lot of angst. You recall that it kind of got so out of hand that I kind of had to come up and save you from the room. So I just want my colleagues to know that while our intention, from the four that said move at this direction, on paper it looks like this is a good thing, the very people that you're trying to help with this are adamantly opposed to it. Do with that what you will.
I also noticed that in the survey, given how many people ride the bus and how many people participated in the survey, I was encouraged by how many people participated. But one of the questions was, will the system work better for you? And another question was, do you know someone that it will work less better for? And the neighborliness around that was unsurprising, that people took the time to think about, like, wait, maybe this system works better for me, but the changes make it harder for a friend or neighbor to get to work, to get to the grocery store. So I just wanted to amplify that. If you haven't looked at the results of the transit survey, I'm not surprised that Asheville cares enough to think about the other people that they move around the city with. So I wanted to name that.
I know you've got a long presentation yet to go, and so we'll try to let you do that.
Thank you. So this slide is, I know it's a lot of information. The next slide kind of tries to pull it together graphically, but
what we've attempted to do is just show how the draft network is aligning with some of our other plans and policies, including the comprehensive plan, the affordable housing plan, and the missing middle study, as well as some more recent UDO updates. This is kind of a crazy graphic, but the orange lines are the draft network 15-minute routes, and the blue lines are the 30-minute and 60-minute routes. The black dots that are on top of those are actually what is proposed in the city's comprehensive plan as 15-minute routes. So our comprehensive plan actually went so far as to suggest that we have 15-minute service on these key corridors. And so while there's not perfect alignment, you can see that the draft network is suggesting some routes where we have alignment with the comprehensive plan for 15-minute service. And then the green boxes are where you see that the city has made either monetary investment or land investment recently within the last, I think, 6 years in affordable housing projects. And those are projects that either are directly on the 15-minute routes or very close to 15-minute routes. And those are not just projects that the city has approved, but are ones that the city has actually had a hand in supporting financially. So just trying to bring that together to show how we're trying to align the pieces of our policy and how the draft network plays a role in that. So here is the information about the survey. It was a 6-question survey and compared the existing network to the draft network. There were 3 questions that asked, is the draft network better for me? Is it better for my friends, neighbors, and coworkers? And is it better for the region overall? And then there were open-ended questions where people could express if there were things that they did like about it, and also, are there things that you don't like about it? There were 1,350 participants, and we did hear from both frequent riders, non-frequent riders, people that don't ride at all, and then we had folks that did not answer whether they were riders or not.
Can I step in here real quick?
Sure.
I did get and maybe it's going to be to you. I was able to watch y'all's meeting, Sage, PEDE, and when it was revealed, 1,350, someone said that that's not a statistically significant enough representation. That caught me aback, because I don't know when we've had surveys where we've gotten much more than that. So my question is, what number do we need to reach before it becomes significant? Because there were a lot of people that took this survey, and it's as if we're telling them, now that you've decided to take the survey, it's not significant. So what number is statistically significant?
Well, so I heard you answer this question at PEDE, and having barely gotten through my statistics class in graduate school, I mean, statistically significant would mean that you actually do a randomized, a poll to a community and target whatever group you want to target. But when you put out a voluntary participatory survey where people can opt into it, it's never statistically significant, no matter how many people you ask.
So I kind of say this every time, why do we do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Because the reason I'm saying that is, if you look at the polling results are exactly the opposite of what staff is recommending we do.
Yeah, I'd love to answer that. I think one of the reasons why we survey is because that is a data point, right? There's lots of different factors that we consider, and our recommendation as staff That is one of them, but it's not the only one.
Okay.
So it is still important for us to survey our community to get feedback, to use that as one of the data points that we consider as staff in making our recommendation to you all.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor, I know, I guess a couple of us did statistics in grad school. I was in that meeting and I didn't really chime in because I was confused, because I seem to remember a statistical significance meaning like,
20
you could
N.
have.
It's lower.
20 and
You
Right?
can have a smaller population, but the smaller it is and less representative of the whole, then the greater or the less the confidence you can have
Yeah,
in the
plus or
data,
minus
right?
Yeah.
There's more
6 or
data
7,
too.
right?
So I don't know why we suddenly started talking about statistical significance at that meeting or what it's
Because
relevant.
what people
I
heard
understand your
was, it's
point.
not significant, your
I
response
heard that,
doesn't
yeah, I heard your
matter.
point.
And that's what people were doing.
Actually,
And it's
this
just-
is statistically significant.
I kinda thought that
because You
too.
need 383
it's not, it's
out of
significant,
100,000.
it's not
Not
statistically
statistically, because it's not
significant.
randomized.
Right,
Oh
it's
my
not
goodness.
randomized, right.
And our surveys typically aren't for that
Right.
purpose.
Right.
That's not typically why we do surveys.
I guess for me, something that maybe is, I don't want to take away from this part of the conversation, when I'm thinking about percentages, the percentage that sticks out to me throughout this process and has from the beginning of the study is, what is Asheville's goal for ridership percentage? Are we happy with 1%? Because I'm really that's why I got involved in transit. I'm concerned about our ridership over a long period of time. And let's face it, like, we can't fund it, we can't expand it, we've planned it, then failed to execute it. We've cut funding, we've shrunk routes, we've lost riders, we've disappointed riders, we can't make it on time. We're really struggling, and I mean, we can talk about the dire need of everyone in every corner needing transit. And when I started fighting for this study, I was expecting microtransit as an option. So we don't just abandon people in the corners, but we didn't do it. So we're facing possible abandonment of some folks and some routes in the effort to grow overall ridership, which I do think we need, and I do think
What's
we
the
have
point of
to-
growing,
I
I'm
just-
not disagreeing, is the point of growing ridership to bring in more money, or is it,
I don't think
like a
ridership
climate
produces a
issue?
significant portion of our budget. But I do want us to, and maybe this was going to be my request to staff tonight ahead of our vote, if we could get a little more insight from the planners in the room about, why does the city need transit? Is it to supply rides? Is there an environmental benefit? Is there a reduction in traffic? Is there a housing component? Is there an interconnectivity? We're not talking about any of it, right? Like a little bit here and there, but I feel like we're not doing the full education and we're kind of in this tunnel. And I'm worried for the sake of future transit that we'll just stay in this cycle. I don't think anybody wants to abandon rides or make people really struggle. I definitely don't. But I don't know how to get more ridership and more people out of cars and reduce the traffic that the whole city is worried about, you know? So that's where I'm hoping we can get to.
That's what this study was about.
Right.
I mean, we can't do both. When we have a limited amount of money,
Right.
you
I get
can't
it.
grow ridership
And I'm going to be
and serve
pro-ridership
everybody
because
in
of
every
it.
corner.
I'm glad we did the study. I'm in the court of supporting the ridership. And I just feel
we can't
like,
provide microtransit without more money.
which is why we're going to come together as a council and say, we need to find more funding sources as a directive. Like,
Well,
we just are in this
don't-
cycle.
I think we're gonna make a resolution. right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that-
yeah.
and-
Don't
but
let her get to.
Yeah, we can go through it.
Quick, just barrel ahead, don't even take our question.
Okay, so the positive, so this is exactly the issue. Positive comments. Everybody likes the good stuff. They like the increased frequency. They like the on-time performance. They like the reduced wait times at the transit center where we're improving the time transfers. They like the increased access. They like the improvements to reliability. They don't like that we're cutting anything. Survey responses are that nobody likes the draft network. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody. The people that took this survey, like the majority, it's on the end of disagree and strongly disagree. That is what the survey responses are. These are all respondents. So this is for me. The draft network will be better for me. The next one is the draft network will be better for the people I know. This one is the draft network will be better for the region overall. That really shouldn't say region, it should just be like the Asheville. And then this one is frequent art riders. So this is like folks that ride every day. And then this one is non-art riders, and I think that means like folks that don't ride ever. This one was a little more split, but these are folks that don't ride the bus. The full survey, I think, was available to you guys in the packet and including all of the written comments. So this, as City Manager Wesley said, this is a data point for you guys, just as, you know, our recommendation is a data point. And to that end, the next slide, you know, goes into what staff's perspective is, which is just a perspective looking at it from, you know, policy and land use and things of that nature. But, you know, it is, you know, you guys are looking at the full picture, and that's what we're trying to present to you here. So, but this slide, you know, the four things that are listed here, these 4 bullets under option 2, those are the 4 proposed cuts that we heard the most about. So there were 7 things that were proposed to be cut. Those 4 are in order of the most commented on, and as you can see next to those are the average daily riders. So 40 average riders per day on that Brevard route to Transformation Village down to the Outlet Mall, 11 average daily riders to Mayheck, 8 average daily riders to Social Security and the Dialysis Center, and then 34 average daily riders to West Haywood. And so our recommendation, staff recommendation, is option 1. Option 2 is that you can consider to modify the draft network by preserving access to any of these 4, and we can talk about any of these in more detail. Or option 3 is to maintain what is currently here today. Based on, this is what staff's recommendation is based on. And so what we're looking at is that the draft network is not just improving frequency on some of the key corridors where we have a lot more density and housing, but we would see, I think, a significant improvement for the vast majority of riders in terms of on-time performance and system reliability, which would improve every rider's customer experience.
When you say
So-
HIDTA communities, does that include the scattered site HIDTA communities?
I'm sorry, can you?
The scattered site HIDTA communities, you know what I mean when I say that?
On Kenilworth, no, it does not.
Okay.
I mean, the larger scale HIDTA communities.
Okay.
So some, but not all.
So, no, she said none of the scattered sites.
I just mean
This-
that should read, maintains or improves service to
Oh,
most, or something. It doesn't maintain it to all, because the Kenilworth will be lost.
I was just
And essentially, our recommendation is based on, you know, alignment with the city's plans and policies that were outlined in the presentation. So that is what our recommendation is based on. And then this is just a summary of the PEDE meeting, which we discussed. PEDE did recommend that there be a resolution brought forward that would direct the city manager to secure additional sustainable sources of funding. That would be, you know, the best case scenario, is that we have more funding. but we know how challenging that can be. And so what's next is that pending what we hear from you tonight, we would go back to work with our consultant. We would make any changes that we got consensus feedback on this evening, and we would also have discussions with impacted groups of stakeholders. We've already had discussions with some of those folks, and we would make changes to the draft network as directed. We would prepare a final plan and then come back to you in August for action.
Okay. I know we're ready for questions and discussion, but first I want to make an invitation to friends and neighbors to ride the bus with me. For the past 18 years, the bus has been my primary form of transportation. I walk to the bus, I bike to the bus, and put my bike on front of the bus. I ride the bus to go get groceries and to visit with community. And so I just want you to know that there's public transit in our city, and it is a joy to meet your neighbors and ride the bus. So join me. I have a couple things before my questions. One is there's an update. Back in November, City Council got a letter from local businesses in support of the frequency model, but that was before the study was complete, it was before the survey was complete, or the draft network plans were available. So this week, that letter got referenced in our planning economic development meeting, and I heard from a number of businesses on why they wanted to be removed from that letter. Due to their concerns that the transit improvements and frequency are needed, but the news of the cuts to service and our need for more information changed their position. Of those 31 businesses who originally signed, 11 have signaled their request to be removed, including those who asked their names to be named explicitly. Chaipani, Crucible, Ben's Tuna, Penny Cup, Anoche, and Old London Road said the cuts are a problem. Okay, a couple questions for staff. Some of these cuts, I think we're assuming that mountain mobility paratransit will continue on the routes that we cut. But can we get that in writing? Because if we're gonna lose ADA accessibility commutes because we cut fixed routes and those are usually tied together, then we need to know that before we make this decision. Do we know? Is it a promise? Is it a hope? Is it in writing that the county's paratransit will continue even if we cut the fixed route?
We can do that. So we're required to provide paratransit within 3/4 of a mile of any fixed route. So, for example, we would still have paratransit service to Mayhack, theoretically, if Mayhack was cut. We're still within 3/4 of a mile. Same with Social Security, but as it stands now.
Well, it depends on where they're coming from.
Right.
Is it 3/4 of a mile where the pickup is or the destination?
It's within 3/4 of a mile around the route. So if you envision the route, like a buffer around it. But actually what the city already does is we just provide paratransit within the city of Asheville, whether your destination is anywhere within the city of Asheville.
That seems
So.
hard to budget for. Okay, so I would like some more information on how we budget for paratransit and how we can make sure that it's in writing that we're still gonna do that. We're gonna hear today about variable fixed routes from our Multimodal Transportation Commission members. Of course, they have to wait until public comment at the end of the meeting to do that, which is unfortunate. What does it look like for us to press pause and see what the county study illuminates? Now, this question I'm bringing today because a lot of our neighbors might not know. When we first looked at doing this study, we were gonna do it together with the county, and then we're gonna do it 50-50 on the funding, and we're gonna look at efficiencies and look at a big picture. And then it was not the county, just us, but we moved forward anyway. And that was a missed opportunity for us to look at partnership. Now the county is doing its own transit study. So it feels a little bit like the seesaw, but we're ready to make a decision and they're not yet, and we're missing parts. So I think it'd be unfortunate if we lose that. So that's the question that I have before we vote on this in August. I'm also holding on to what Ricky has mentioned multiple times in conversations from our consultant firm, that in cities where they make cuts, they don't normally come back. And how we really need to focus on more funding because our community relies on both coverage and needs frequency. So I'm thinking about Transformation Village on W2, the shelter for women and children, and our Code Purple shelter. I'm thinking about health services. Antoinette brought up dialysis in the city limits. We know Mayheck. I have walked to Mayheck from Hendersonville Road without a sidewalk. That's a hill to walk up. Hotel workers on the W2 route down Brevard Road. Our passport program partner in Grove Park pays into our system. If you didn't know this, it's like, we should have partners that pay into our system and help us have good transit. We do, and we're cutting the service. So we have a missed opportunity to have engaged our funding partners and deepen those relationships. But the thing that I'm really kind of flabbergasted about is I thought there would be an option 4, which is we studied the coverage map. Like, what if we just maintain coverage, and were there efficiencies that we could do within that? The South Asheville frequency has long been advocated for and needs to happen. The timing efficiencies in the coverage map are adoptable. But by pulling this thread in the direction of minor frequencies on some routes, we're risking serious affordability and accessibility issues for other parts of the population. And I wondered if, while we're waiting to see what the county learns, we need to make the efficiencies in option 4, which is not on the table, which is to adopt the coverage map. And that is the fullness of my questions before we get to August. Thank you.
Yes, I was just curious if whether staff could elaborate on the county study, because the only thing I can see is really an acknowledgement of a French Broad River MPO study. So I just wanted to see if anyone had any information on that. But
I know that they are doing a study, but I do not know what the timeline is.
do you know what they're studying?
They have told me that they are studying their fixed routes. They have the Trailblazer. And so that's my understanding, is that they were going to study options for potential future routes for the Trailblazer.
Okay, thank you.
I'll say that the coverage concept or something like it definitely is an option. The spectrum between ridership and coverage, it really depends on the community and where you want to land between them. I've worked in many different cities, in many different places, and I've seen transit agencies land at different points between all those. I worked in St. Pete, Florida, where they implemented a new network that I helped design last October that kept all the coverage they had, because through the process, they decided that they didn't want to get rid of any coverage. And that's okay. I'm perfectly happy designing a network like that. I'm not advocating for either option. As the consultant that's coming from out of town, I am not here to impose my values onto you. I am here to really have a clear conversations about the goals for transit. And if you decide that coverage is the goal and you want to design something that does go back to keeping all or most of the coverage, then that's perfectly fine. If you do choose something like that, then the one thing that I would want to be clear about is that your goal is not ridership. So you would not expect ridership to grow. And that's okay, because the goal is coverage and they would be providing coverage. And if you as a community decide that ridership is not your goal, then you shouldn't ask or to get higher ridership. But that's okay. That's what St. Pete, Florida did. It's been about 9 months since they implemented, and their ridership is flat because they kept all the coverage and they didn't do a shift towards ridership. And so it really is a possibility for you all to decide to either bring back 2, 4 of these things, or maybe all of them that we had on the slide before. And we're happy to design a network and adjust the draft network to final network to do those changes. It wouldn't be exactly the coverage concept because we've learned a lot since then. We tested some routes and we did make some adjustments from the concepts to the draft. So what I would do is tweak the draft network to bring back some of that coverage if that is what you all collectively want.
Can I ask you a question? I did get to watch the PED meeting, so I've seen the rest of this presentation. We're about to look at some of the routes that are proposed to be reduced or cut to sort of move slightly towards this ridership model. And I notice, as Councilwoman Roney mentioned, we have one partner that pays some money towards transportation, that being the Grove Park Inn. I believe it's something like $8,000 a year they pay, which is not anywhere near close to covering the cost to bringing them their employees. If I'm doing the math correctly, we have 11 riders to Mayheck every day at $125,000 a year, which is about $31 a ride, which is probably more than it would cost to Uber everyone to
But
to
we
make
pay
it.
we pay more per person living in Compass Point.
More than $31. Well, so here's my question about that, which is, I would think that you would want to see more robust partnerships with private partners, that we would want Mayheck, the Grove Park Inn, the Outlet Mall, Ingalls, HCA, major partners. I was talking to a couple of the cashiers at Ingalls the other day, and they were telling me they ride the bus to work, and that's their preferred method to get there. But we don't have these private partnership relationships in our community like you might see. And I'm just asking you, do you typically see funding partners in other communities as a way to help sustain the costs around transit?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable for employers that are in places that are difficult to serve to provide either their own type of shuttle service or to pay you all to run service there. Mayheck is one of the perfect examples. Mayheck is in a place, regardless of what the facility is or the people that use it or any of that, it is physically in a place that is really difficult to serve by transit. It is off the main road and up a hill, so it is very, very inefficient to provide good service to Mayheck. No matter what you do, you're never going to get very high ridership going to Mayheck just because it's physically in a place that was a land use decision that's not supporting transit. And you have things like that all over Asheville. That is the biggest challenge that you have here. You have a lot of important destinations that are just tucked away up hills or in the forest, and they're just really, really difficult to serve by transit. So I don't think it's unreasonable for employers that are in difficult to serve places to do provide their own shuttle service. Now, that does require partnerships. You can't just, it depends on them. But it's not unheard of. And I do know transit agencies in many places that do have additional employers that do pay for additional service.
And I just want to register, that's where I kind of get frustrated. As Councilman Turner said, I think the very first time we ever met with you, she brought up microtransit and I brought up additional revenue sources and specifically advertising. In every single city I've ever visited in the United States, they have advertising that helps fund their transit center. So when we're looking at, even if it's just 8 people going to Social Security office, sometimes Social Security office makes folks come in person to sign documents that you can't do. And so that 8 person a day that's very important. So even if we can't wrap the buses or if we can't put sliders on, in some cities, there's auditory or audio advertising that goes through. And so I just don't think that we're looking at all the options that we could to fund this, including at the same time, partnering with state and federal officials to make sure that we get that funding here.
Yeah.
But I just wish that was part of this, because now what city staff is saying, and maybe DK can give us an update, is that now they have to study this. And so I just wish that we had this in this year or so that we've been studying this. Because we're not pioneering new space here at the advertising for our transit. This is something that every city has done. I think we can figure this out.
Ads can help a little bit, and that's worth exploring. One thing I will say, try to avoid bus wraps because they tend to be really bad for the people riding the bus. They can't see inside the vehicle they're getting on, and they can't see outside the vehicle. Apart from that, I don't have anything against ads, and I think that's a, it's a small.
Your values on our community?
What was that?
Is that
I'll just say that I've
imposing
also
your
heard that
values on our
multiple
community?
cities, including Baltimore, Richmond, Chicago, New York, it's really hard for people to see where they're at in placemaking and know if they're reaching their destination.
Yeah, ads can be bad for the rider experience on the windows.
Okay, so I offered the slats that are on buses,
Sure.
that are in Chapel
I
Hill.
understand
We
your
got
point, though,
indoor,
the multiple, just
It
revenues.
could do
I think
like
we
off
all
the
just
wagon.
know we need
Just-
revenues.
Right.
We need revenues in general. We just know it. I guess some of the things that would really help me better understand the impact overall, because I respect my colleagues' concern, and I respect that 93 people, I believe, will not have a ride after this. Is there a goal or a outcome that we're going to measure success by if we go this route? If we're losing, I think 93 is 2% of daily ridership, are we going to gain 5%? Is there any projection or goal or something that can be?
So I will never project ridership because ridership can be very volatile. It can go up and down for many factors that are outside of Asheville's control, right? Pandemics, economic, gas prices, all those things can affect ridership. So I will never predict ridership. We do see a correlation that when you increase access, you increase ridership. So I won't promise anything, but we do see that increase. In Knoxville, the increase in access was about 17%, and the increase in ridership was about 18%. There is a correlation. I will never promise that you will get high ridership because there's no way of knowing.
Did you just say 18? I mean, that's a big jump.
It was.
I would
And
be
they
happy if
did
we
exactly
got
that.
5.
What was that?
I would be happy if we got 5. That's 18. I mean, that's hope to me.
18% over today, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, all of those things, talking about the people going to the Social Security office, that's a coverage goal, and that's completely fine. It's service that is going to be very expensive per person, but if that's what you value as a community, that's completely fine. On the other end, there are many goals associated with ridership, with transit that come from high ridership. All of the environmental goals, they don't just arise from transit existing, they arise from people using transit. Just transit prosperity and all those things. So there's goals on both sides of this. There isn't a right answer.
I just want to show you one more slide, and then, so this is trying to summarize for you. The top 4 above the red line are the 4 that I mentioned are the cuts that we heard the most about. And the reason that we've isolated those 4 from the 3 below the line are to help you distinguish that if you wanted to bring any of those 4 back, you could bring them back individually or all together. Each of them have a separate trade-off. But if you brought back anything below the line, that's where you lose any of the what I'll call the customer enhancement, customer service and reliability, on-time performance, transfer benefits. So anything below the line takes away all of the 15-minute frequency improvements, and it gets rid of all of the benefits related to on-time performance, time transfers, and those benefits that folks would feel across the system.
So help us with our math here.
Okay.
So here it's telling us in the corner that ART averages 4,300 daily riders. And each of these the daily ridership is in the brackets there. And it totals 132 rides. So these are the proposed cuts total to be able to adapt to more of a ridership model, right?
Correct.
It looks like, I know cutting even a single person from getting a ride is a tough decision to make, but on balance, it looks like you went for just a very narrow movement from one model to another to try to gain significant additional riders. Yes.
Right, yes. I mean, that was what we were
Yes
that
is
is
the
what we
answer.
were directed, that is what we were directed to do in November, was to take a small step towards ridership. And that is what we have done. And that comes with trade-offs,
Right.
and which we said up front.
It looks like you really tried to, because I think, way back when council gave you direction to move lightly into the
Yeah.
ridership direction,
Yeah.
and so this is
Right.
kind of as light as you can do to be able to achieve that 15-minute service on some routes.
Right. And I think, we tried to be upfront to say that was always going to come with a trade-off. We couldn't do
Right.
it without
No,
there
I
being a
understand that.
downside.
I understand that. Look, I've lived in cities where the bus comes more frequently than 15 minutes, and then I was able to ride it. And like you said, you don't even check the schedule. You just go stand by the bus stop because it's going to come in enough time to get you where you need to go. So you just depend on it because it's more convenient than your car. If you have a car, it just becomes an easier way to get around. So I appreciate what we asked you to do this, and you have done it. And not without a lot of discussion, obviously, but you have done it. Do we want to go through all of the rest of this presentation?
Well-
I mean, I know not everyone got a chance to see the PED meeting, so they might.
What do you need from us?
Well,
You
we
did.
we
Okay,
will
then
bring
maybe
this
we are.
back in August, but if you all want us to consider modifying the draft network based on A through D, any of those, we want to hear that, because we'll have to go back and do work in order to do that. If you don't give us any options that you want to pull back in, then we'll continue to have conversations with our partners, so we might have some new information based on the questions you have, but it could end up you having to make a decision on the current draft network, whether to move forward with that or option 3 to maintain.
What
the
does
current
E,
network.
F, and G mean? Adding back anything below this line removes final 15-minute service.
Once
Any
if you tried to
enhancements.
add E, F, and G back in, you'd lose that 15-minute.
I'm gonna say it very generally, you'll basically be going back to
your old
your
system.
current
Yeah,
network.
Right, to be able to bring back E, F, and G, you basically need to break the 15-minute frequency going south of downtown along Bermole and McDowell. So that would go back to having 90-minute service down to the airport, 45-minute frequency on Hendersonville,
And
and
it's-
you would use that bus to provide in service along those coverage gaps.
So that means not all three, but any one of those. So if you put
Yeah.
Grove
You-
Park in, then you lose the
They
15.
probably come back as a
If you-
packet because they cost the same to do one or to do all three. You would use one bus that you can probably redesign to bring them all back. When we're doing transit planning, we need to work in full integer of buses. We can't split buses in half, and so doing all of these would basically cost the bus.
You know, because I was in a meeting yesterday with someone, I think he's here, but I can't explain his PowerPoint as gloriously as he can.
He's in public comments.
He's in public comment, but I think it's only 3 minutes. I don't know that I saw. Yeah.
That was
and
gonna be
it-
one of my questions. When does the
and it-
public get to weigh in?
So
It's at
so
the
we-
end of tonight, so I
So
would
in
prefer
August?
to hear that before
Yeah.
we gave you a direction,
Yes.
if that's
Yeah, you guys
possible.
jumped to, so we have a lot of people signed up to speak under general public comment tonight on transit, which is fine. But we will, when we officially vote on this at the end of August is when the formal public comment.
But could we amend the rules to hear the 11 public comments before we give recommendations to staff?
Are you making a motion?
I move to amend the rules.
Oh, wait, whoa,
to-
you don't need to, like, let's just have a discussion here. Yeah, I just want to be mindful of the rest of the people that are here for the council meeting. So let me just, hey, everybody who's on public item A, B, C,
Four
and new
people.
business A and B, you cool with that? And I don't, so I just want to, because let's see how many folks we've got. We're not doing all of general public comment, it's just the transit people, just the transit commenters, okay? Just do me like this. Are you good? Is everybody good? Are you like, what are you doing? Okay. All right, we're gonna give it a try. We'll give it a try.
We're coming at a
Staff, do you want to say anything else before this happens?
Because Sage, he had something about special routes that you go,
Okay,
You
ready?
keep the
We're-
main service.
Everybody ready?
and there's a section.
I
where
hope nobody
people can
like went to go
call
get dinner
in.
who's on this.
Like route, but in
Well,
certain areas.
you'll get it, if you're not here for some reason, you'll. Okay, we got a bunch of transit people, so transit folks, well, anybody who's speaking tonight, you'll have 3 minutes to speak unless somebody's yielded their time to you, but I don't see that under the transit item. Well, I see one person attempting to cede their time, but in order to get any more than 3 minutes, you have to have 3 people cede their time to you. Okay, so so you're gonna watch, oh, everybody, there's a tornado. What? Is this for us? It says we need to go to the basement. Wait. Is this for Asheville?
I guess so.
Wait. God. Okay, we're out of here.
Well, that's interesting. Would you be ready to change that rule tonight? No, it's ordinance, we have to do things.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to the Asheville City Council meeting. All right, so Maggie, everybody might know, our city clerk Burleson is going to retire this fall. And she's been with the city 167 years. She has never had a tornado happen in the middle of the city council meeting. So this is unprecedented. And I hope everyone's okay, because they did actually see a tornado on the ground, it looks like, so.
Really?
Okay, we're gonna try to do this public comment during the manager's report, which, for the record, we are not establishing as a practice, but we're gonna do it tonight. So the first person signed up to speak, I think I was in the middle of explaining about the 3 minutes and the lights, so everybody hopefully got that, is Bethany Cobb. They're clapping because we're all okay.
Oh, my word. That's a tough act to follow. Can everybody hear me okay? I feel like this is too tall. Good? Good, everybody? Okay. Good evening. My name is Bethany Cobb. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at the Omni Grove Park Inn and Spa. I'm here tonight on behalf of our associates, urging you to please not approve the draft transit plan in its current state. As you know, several current stops were removed in order to prioritize frequency over coverage, including the Grove Park Inn. The Grove Park Inn has been an integral part of the Asheville community since 1913 and remains one of the region's largest employers. With a team of approximately 700 to 950 associates, many depend on these services daily for transportation to and from work. The proposed changes would negatively impact our associates, the very workforce the city is seeking to support through improved transportation access. In 2025, our associates completed over 14,667 rides on public transit, demonstrating a meaningful and ongoing reliance on this service. Oh, I need to breathe. Cut my time for a minute.
It's the stairs.
Okay. Since 2018, GBI associates have completed over $78,000 rides, or over $40,000 to the city of Asheville. We understand the intent of prioritizing frequency of the bus service, but please do not prioritize potential riders at the detriment of thousands of your current riders. A note about surveys. As we know, at the Planning, Economic Development, and Environment Committee last week, there was a comment suggesting that because the engagement survey had a relatively low response rate, that the data was not meaningful. I respectfully disagree. More than 1,300 people took the time to respond to the survey. That's a significant level of public participation, particularly considering the survey was not distributed to every potential respondent via email. I gotta breathe again. Whew. Those who chose to participate cared enough about the future of transit in our community to share their perspectives. The survey results provide a meaningful snapshot of public sentiment, and that sentiment is remarkably consistent. The majority of respondents indicated that they do not believe the draft network is better. 52%, not better for them personally. 59%, not better for their friends or colleagues. 57%, not better for the region overall. It's also worth remembering that the fundamental principle of a survey is that we don't ask a question that we don't want to know the answer to. We asked the question 3 different ways, and the message was very clear. No, the public does not agree with this draft network plan. I respectfully ask that you please not adopt this draft transit plan in its current form. Instead, I urge you to continue evaluating alternatives. Because I breathed.
Thank
I
you.
can't breathe. Oh, it was so good at the end. Thanks.
We have Michelle Hale.
You can
Go ahead and start.
Okay. We started out this meeting talking about helping people access the help that they need to not have problems facing homelessness, violence, and substance abuse. Well, those problems only get worse as more social programs and resources or access to resources get cut. That's why there will continue to be more homeless and substance abuse if we don't take a different direction. There just isn't enough help, and I can speak from personal experience. Including but not limited to access through RHA and Sweeten Creek Mental Health Center, which is the site division of Mission Health. Let it be known that the Sweeten Creek Mental Health Center is almost a mile from the nearest bus stop. There are no continuous sidewalks, no crosswalks. You have to cross Sweeten Creek, a 4-lane road, cross Highway 40 exit ramps, among other hazards. It is way too dangerous. This has to change. There are not any shuttles provided by Mission or any other services either. Therefore, it's prohibitive for people that need the access to actually access. Among the other shortcomings, I'll just mention a few that were already mentioned, which is the Mayheck bus stop. There's no sidewalk, and even if you try not to walk on the road, you can't because the shrubs grow right up to the curb. And it's so windy, it prohibits view between the pedestrians and the drivers. And then the W2 bus change, taking away access to Brevard Road. It was not mentioned, but this would also remove access from the Office of for Employment and Independence for People with Disabilities, which is just unfathomable. Already with these 2 bus lines, that's removing 5 providers for me personally. This isn't just taking away access from one place for people. This is often affecting multiple places and access points, vital access points to improve people's lives. I'm urging you today to please keep all access to the current bus lines. There's absolutely no justification for cutting any bus stops when so many of us are already struggling to meet our basic needs. Adding another hurdle of transportation access will only increase our problems exponentially. The only action that would make sense is to find more funding and expand the bus network more, not less, more. At minimum, this should include access to vital sources like the Sweeten Creek Mental Health Center that has no access right now. This is the only way to not only best serve the working class that has used the buses for years, if not decades, among myself, but to also take steps in the right direction to really start addressing people facing homelessness and substance abuse.
Thank you.
I will send the rest of my comment through email. Thank you.
Mickey Fox.
Hello. I have not spoken with y'all before, but I am happy to be here. I live in West Asheville. This directly will affect my family. We have 3 people in my home with 1 car. And they're all adults. It's how they get to work. It's how they get home. It's how they get to the doctor. And I would just really appreciate it if you did not cut off people from being able to get to work and to the doctor and to the Social Security office, and really think about how many people this is going to affect and how deeply it's going to affect us. And I think that's more important than making shorter routes for a few people downtown. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Bill Loftus, who has 3 people ceding their time. The first, and if you'll just raise your hand so I can see you, Joseph Chesler, thank you, David Nutter, and Jeffrey Burrows. Yes, all right, so Mr. Loftus, you will have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Loftus. I'm on the Multimodal Commission. I'm also on the Transit Committee. And I'm here tonight to ask you to postpone a decision about this network until some more analysis is done. There's some other things we believe, myself and others, that Asheville needs to consider that were not part of the study. I think the study has been wonderful. It's taken us page forward, but there's some things, there's some options that weren't looked at. Some of you have mentioned these options, and my analysis says that they should be studied before we make a decision. This was Multimodal's recommendation. We unanimously passed a recommendation of support to the network with the encouragement that staff analyze non-fixed route options as part of the solution. Now, I authorized this, or I authored this motion, and I was happy for it to be unanimously accepted. But in hindsight, I wish I had worded it differently. I wished I had not used the word encouraged. I wished I had used the word on the condition of this additional analysis, because it's that important. So there is another option to study. Jessica described our condition extremely well. We've got critical pockets of need in our city that have low demand. So our study takes one solution approach. It says we need to run large, expensive buses on fixed scheduled routes to cover everything, including those critical points of small demand. Well, for the last decade or so, there's been another option that many municipalities are studying and implementing with sometimes great success, which has to do with a completely different option. And it employs two conditions that we haven't looked at. One is it looks at lower cost buses, so it's less expensive in certain places, and it looks like at on-demand service, like picking up your phone as opposed to a fixed route. So those two concepts are creating a plethora of other alternatives for city transit today. And my point is we haven't looked at them yet because it wasn't in the scope of the study. So the facts in our case are pretty dramatic. It costs our city $800,000 a year to run a bus for the full year. It's 5,100 hours of service. It's $800,000. We can have a smaller bus operating cost of $280,000 a year. Full in, total cost, maintenance, labor, everything compared to our 800. Now, it's smaller, it has less people, but then that's the point. We've got places in our network that have small demands, and we've got other places in our network that have large demands. So we call this a hybrid network. It's a network where we can deploy different buses to serve different needs. And when we do that, we potentially run into a situation where we don't have to make trade-offs. This whole conversation, has it not been about trade-offs? We got to pull the tether and we either get more coverage or we get more service. We cannot do both. These options I'm describing to you that other cities have deployed can potentially eliminate that trade-off. So that's why I'm encouraging us to postpone until we expand this to a point at which we look at those things. And I want to say, secondly on that, I have studied this carefully. Some of you have seen my work. And I would like very much to provide it to you and present it to everybody else on the panel, if at all possible, because what I found in these conversations is that they're extremely engaging. More valuable information is coming forward, and as yet, and I've shared it with transportation team in Ashley, I've shared it with some of you council members, I've shared it with the CEO of Grove Park Inn, I have yet to receive a no. Now let me say, I'm not making a recommendation, but I am saying this is worth studying if Asheville wants to achieve what we want to achieve. That's all it says, and I'd like to ask every one of you to hear me out, if you possibly can, and not right now, of course. And I'll also say, it's not going to take a year to do this, and it may not even require another consultant. As many of you have said, we've got qualified staff, and I agree. We've got resident subject matter experts that can chip in. We've even got external non-paid support that would be glad to vet this out as well. We can certainly do more and get to a next step without having to spend another year or spend another consultant dollar if you don't want to do that. Like many of you, I'm concerned about some of the comments in last week's meeting that seemed to suggest that the survey results were insignificant. I agree with most of you. They are definitely significant. A 2-to-1 no for 1,350 voters is a big deal. To me, that's significant. I don't know how you sit. We're all entitled to our opinions, but that's a big deal. So I want to close by just saying, look it. With all due respect, why do we need to force a decision on a scope we made last year without including other things that could potentially be lower cost, offer greater service, and offer more coverage? Why do we make a decision unless we see that? That's my request to you. And I'll tell you in the pitch you'll see from me, I've made a couple one-off examples of where I'm applying these two options to different places in our network. And in each case, now it's just 2 cases, but in each case, it's a 20% cost reduction, it's more service, and it's more coverage. So my ask is to let's postpone until we expand the study and cover everything we should cover, because we as we hear from the audience, we need all this transit to be extremely effective. Thank you.
The next speaker also has several folks yielding their time. The speaker is Paul Howell, and please just raise your hand if you're yielding your time to Mr. Howell. Justin Tucker, thank you. Natasha Schwade, thank you. And Robin Smith. All right. Mr. Howell, you'll have 10 minutes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city attorneys, city managers, assistant city managers, and the glue that holds everything together that I'm going to miss Maggie. All right, I've always been told that one bad decision will lead to adverse consequences. March 24th, 2026, y'all voted to extend the contract of this transit service that we got now instead of terminating it. And in that agreeing to that contract, they was given $55 million for 4 years of service, which I think is approximately $13.75 million a year. We didn't know y'all was gonna give them all this money for them to cut service from us. We didn't know that. But I'm trying to figure out why would they have to cut service when you got 32 buses on your fleet. 5 of them are electric ones that don't work, so discount them. But you got 27 buses on your fleet. You got 18 routes, so you're running 18 buses a day. So now, if you want more frequency and more ridership, you still got some more buses over there to use that's being paid for that's not being used. Put them to work. You got plenty of drivers. You got more drivers over there than you got at the gumball rally. You got plenty of drivers. Now, if there's anything that we need to have done, you want more ridership, perhaps you have the transit people, checking out the bus stops and clearing the bus stops from the transits that's taking over the bus stops where people don't feel comfortable standing at the bus stops. I watched people avoid getting on the bus because they didn't want to go to the doggone bus stop because they were scared. And it don't help when you got bus stops that are dark. Now, I sit up here and I listen to the consultant guy. I want to know, out of all them 18 routes, did we have somebody that was consulting get on each bus and ride that bus all day long to check out how many riders it was, what the traffic was like, or whatever, all that, on each one of them buses? Did they take time to ride each one of them buses all day long to get all the information? Or what did you do? How did you rode one bus and decided, well, we're going to do this for that? How did you get the information for all 18 of those routes? Because I know I didn't see nobody sitting on them every day, all day long, and I ride the bus every day. Every day. Now, why do the people that need the bus the most got to suffer the most? It's not their fault that these places that built here in Asheville are out of the way places. It's not their fault. Maybe the people that designed stuff and built this stuff should have thought about that when you was gonna have poor people using these places. I mean, 11 people going to Mayhew. That's not a bad number. It really isn't. Imagine how many people out of this 1,300 and some people on this survey, you said you got 4,300 average daily riders. Imagine if more people could have commented on this survey. I don't think y'all read my feedback on the thing. I listened to the meeting. I didn't hear my feedback read. But I'm gonna stand up for the people in this city and the people in this community and tell y'all, we don't need y'all cutting our service. We really don't. Maybe what y'all need to do is take Kim up on her invitation and come and ride the bus. Ride the bus around a little while and just check out where it goes. You'd be surprised at the number of people that be on the bus. You'd be surprised at the number of people that don't be on the bus at certain times. I mean, that's just how it is. 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock a.m. 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock p.m. The worst times for traffic in this city. No bus is gonna be on time. I don't care how many buses you run. That time of day, the traffic is just backed up. So, I mean, have they took that into consideration? Did they take that into consideration? Did you take into consideration about the drivers having to use the bathroom? So I'm saying, you want more ridership, but you're not doing nothing to earn it. You're not doing nothing to earn it because you can't provide safety for your riders. You got homeless people getting on the bus with machetes down their back, big sticks. You got people getting on the buses with dogs that aren't service dogs. So instead of cutting the routes, fix the people that you got operating the system. Fix the route, fix them. I mean, I don't want to ride the bus out to Bingham Heights at nighttime because the people got to get out the bus over there on the dark road and then walk around the darker road to get to their apartments. I don't want to ride that bus at night. I'm a man. I can just imagine the women getting off from work out there at night having to walk around there. Take these extra buses that we got and put them to use. Like the gentleman said just a minute ago. Use special buses to make them little 15-minute trips. You can use one bus to do the 15-minute trip down to Biltmore and the 15-minute trip down to Hillcrest. But you got 2 buses going to Hillcrest already. And then most of these buses that you got all the service going to, some of them don't really have service on the weekends until maybe after 9 o'clock in the morning for Hillcrest and Klondike. But still, you got to go to Road Park because people work. The bus does not go to Mayhew social services on Saturday and Sunday, so they cut that out already. I'm saying, don't keep compounding bad decisions with more decisions that's bad. Start listening to the people that you work for. Listen to the people that you work for. We do not want our routes cut. That's all we're saying. Find a way that y'all can make all this happen without anybody losing out. That's all I got to say. I don't need the whole 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the remaining speakers are 3-minuters. So the first is Gino. I don't have a last name, so Gino.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Gino, and I run Better Together Transportation. I transport people who cannot drive, who cannot walk long distances, and who cannot replace lost service. You hired Jarrett Walker to design a new bus network. In human transit, Walker writes that no formula can tell a city whether to prioritize ridership or coverage. That choice reveals what the city values. The city asked over 1,300 residents if this draft would improve our public transit. Across age, income, and bus use, every group rejected this plan. They rejected it because it cuts the bus to Transformation Village. Women overcoming addiction and abuse live there with their children. It is also a Code Purple emergency shelter. Cut this route, and homeless people lose their bus to shelter on freezing nights. It cuts the stop at Mayhew. To reach a doctor, an elderly, pregnant, or disabled patient must now walk up a steep hill on Hendersonville Road. It cuts the route to the Social Security office. Seniors and disabled residents depend on those benefits to pay rent and buy food. The city showed that coverage could be preserved if the buses came less often. Council chose ridership instead. So what does the city gain? Buses will run more often on some routes. On paper, the average resident can reach 10% more jobs in 45 minutes. In practice, a mother, a patient, and a senior lose the bus to shelter, healthcare, and benefits. The people say this plan will hurt them. Your consultant says transit choices are not right or wrong. They reveal what a city's leaders value. You value a theoretical gain in job access over the people who depend on you to survive. Please reconsider this plan. Choose coverage over ridership. Build a transit system whose core value is love for our people. Thank you.
No clapping, but you get to, this is your I agree with the speaker movement, or I don't agree with the speaker. Michael Stratton.
Hey everybody, I'm glad we're still here. I thought for sure we were going to get knocked out by the storm. But that tends to be what the case is sometimes there in
You gotta
Asheville.
get, like,
Okay, I'm going to really get in there. How's
There
that?
you go, yeah.
Everybody good? Honestly, I can't believe we're still talking about this. I came to council the first time 2019, and the thing that brought me here was talking about the bus and the lack of service, or, you know, it's just tends to be an ongoing issue here in Asheville. But the idea that we spent another $300,000 to answer a question that we already knew just seems a little asinine to me. And we had a transit master plan that was very explicit. It said we need both coverage and ridership. It said it's going to cost money to do that. And then it became incumbent on the elected officials to figure out where that money was going to come from. And I think, honestly, you guys have failed. You failed because you've yet to create a partnership with the county, which is instrumental to getting this whole thing done. We need a 0.25% sales increase from the county. And I know that's not your purview, but you work with the county, and you should. And if you haven't, then it's not enough. I'm so tickled to death that my S5 was preserved. When this initially came out and hit the fan about a year ago, it wasn't on the map. And it freaked me out and freaked all my neighbors out who ride the bus. And you know, we got pretty active, and I see that it's now preserved. But you know what? That doesn't help the people who are going to be cut. And I don't just ride the S5. I was on a long run the other day. I was in North Asheville, up near the Grove Park Inn, and it's hot. And I had to get on a bus and go home because I couldn't make the whole way back, and we were too far away from, you know, water fountains, which is a whole nother thing. But I was so thankful I was able to get on that bus and make it home. But what has happened here, you guys, is I think you guys had presented a false choice. You said status quo, which we all know is not great. It could be better. There's a lot of problems with it. Or the alternative is what I'm going to call the stagflation bag of chips. We all know what I'm talking about. You go to the store, and instead of the chip manufacturer raising the price on the bag of chips, what they do is just give you the same size bag. You open it up, and you're like, what the hell? There's half the bag is full. Like, what's all this air here for? And I think that's what you guys presented us with when we had the survey to talk about. So that said, I think option C, which I'm advocating here for, is pause on this, do not pass go. Let's wait until we've figured out where our funding is going to come from, as opposed to giving me the half bag full of chips. So that's it. Thanks.
Now you're gonna make us hungry, but, okay. Nina Tovish.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. When I moved to Asheville 14 years ago, I really had no idea how car dependent this city was. I had lived in relatively big cities my whole life. I grew up in the Boston area, which had ancient but actually functional public transportation. Then I was in graduate school. I was in Rochester, New York, which had an adequate bus thing, although I hardly ever used it because I walked everywhere. I lived in DC, which has pretty good public transportation, fast, efficient, clean. And then I moved here, and I was like, oh, I'm going to be needing to use my car a lot more than I expected. And that's despite living within easy walking distance of at least 2 bus lines. When I heard this evening that the new proposed draft would cause some number of people who are bus dependent to have to think about getting a car that they can't afford or a new job, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but jobs are hard to come by in this town, especially ones that pay enough to help people who have to take the bus afford a car. Or maybe they just should move. The callousness of that shocks me. A public utility like transportation should serve first the people who need it the most, not the people for whom it would be nice or occasionally convenient. I'm all in favor of increasing ridership, lowering our carbon footprint, all those good things, reducing traffic congestion by getting cars off the road. Absolutely 100%. But if we don't start by providing transportation to those people who need it the most, who have fewest alternatives, and for whom the options are extremely limited and dire, then we are failing as a community. Let's look at microtransport, let's look at alternative sources of revenue, and let's not adopt this proposed solution. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Vicki Meath.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Vicki Meath. I'm the Director of Just Economics and also served on the COA core design team. At Just Economics, we believe that meaningful public engagement should shape public policy. That's why we appreciate the extensive public input that has been part of the comprehensive operations analysis process. Riders, workers, employers, and community members participated because they care deeply about the future of Asheville's transit system, and they deserve to be valued and listened to. Just Economics did outreach on both surveys, but we did not take a stand or advocate on how people should respond to the survey because we truly wanted to hear from transit users. The message from that public engagement has been remarkably consistent. People do not support the draft network proposal as is. We believe that feedback deserves to be taken seriously. The current draft network will cut off services to places like Transformation Village, the outlet malls, Mayheck, and the West Asheville Library, which is a voting location. We encourage Council to reject the current draft network and instead consider alternatives that better reflect both the public input and the goals of the COA. One option is to return to the coverage map that was developed during the process. It improves transfers and travel times while maintaining the broad coverage that so many riders depend on. Another option is to modify the draft network to preserve service in the areas that generated the greatest concern. Where changes may still be necessary, the city should collaborate with the county and major employers and service providers such as MAHEC, Social Security, and Grove Park to identify transportation solutions that ensure people can continue accessing jobs, healthcare, and essential services. A third option is to take a pause, leave the current route network in place for now, and instead focus on the real need, increasing investments in transit. More funding would allow Asheville to improve frequency, reliability, and ridership without riders having to choose between better service and losing access altogether. I hope we don't lose sight of the larger lessons in this process, that our system is working, but it needs greater investment, that the city should continue to try to work with the county, and that future land use plans, especially as we're recovering from Helene and revising the UDO, need to consider transit. Finally, I want to name that I appreciated the process and the work of the consultants. Jarrett Walker and Associates was great to work with. I really appreciated the whole COA process. The comprehensive operations analysis has given us some valuable information, and I want us to take that information, the lessons that we learned from the survey, and input from the community to advance better transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin Jones?
Good evening. My name is actually Austin Hughes. They might misheard me. That's completely okay. But simply, I'm here to discuss the changes that are being proposed. I think a lot of people have already iterated exactly what I was going to say, which is essentially, taking the coverage away from MAHEC, Transformation Village, outlets, Social Security, all very vital services for us. Now, the proposed changes with the every 15 minutes in ridership in town, I don't really see that as important. If you can't wait 30 minutes, I'm sorry, but come on, dude. The world isn't built for one specific individual. We're here to service everyone, and the greater everyone. And clearly, they're no longer up there, but 59% disagreed or strongly disagreed that this would be helpful. Now, that is more than most presidents win by. So I think that is a very significant amount of people that have said that this would not help them at all. And while I do appreciate all of the proposed changes that we could make, I think those are all options to consider. I think the council should explore them. We can explore them together. But I believe that it's completely okay, if people have to wait a little bit longer, if we change that to sacrificing coverage to certain areas. I mean, you can't really invest in a low-income place like Transformation Village and then not provide transportation to and from that. I mean, they're already low income. How do you expect them to afford a new car too when they're already struggling to try to rebuild their lives? And I think a lot of other people outside of that in Asheville share that same story, where they're simply trying to rebuild their lives, whether it's from Helene, whether it's from family trauma, whether it's from drug abuse. I think there is a lot of people in this town who are trying to improve their lives actively. And taking away some of these routes would actively go against that progress that they've made. Such as myself, I work at the outlets. That is how I get to and from work. Now, I have been actively trying to save for a car, and I am a manager, but I don't really make enough in 2026 to be affording that. So it's a slow process, and I am actively working towards that. But I think that it's important to have these services in place, even if I did have a vehicle. I mean, it would just be nice, even for those that say had to get to an appointment, but their car broke down that day or something. It's important to have these in place so that everyone feels welcome to use them. Thank you so much.
Mike Holmes?
I have to get real down here. It's a little too tall. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mike Holmes, a Buncombe County native and community organizer at Just Economics, which I'm sure you are familiar with. I'm here to ask you to strongly consider a few things in the next step of the COA with our transit system. It is imperative that you all consider the results of the public input for the draft network, where it's clear that riders have made their voices heard in disagreeing with this draft. Making decisions that affect those most impacted while disregarding those voices of the public only continues a long trend of harm that the city claims to be steering away from. Cutting public services that give people access to jobs, education, and healthcare while the city and county still recovers from a devastating natural disaster is a tremendous misstep. While canvassing to make sure riders were aware of the public input for the draft network and could take the survey, I met a senior citizen who was upset about having to potentially find a ride to the Social Security office. For someone on a fixed income, paying for an Uber to get back and forth may hinder their ability to pay for other expenses. I met another resident at the transit center who had just been accepted to attend UNCA, but due to living in an area where routes will be cut due to the draft network, panicked at the thought of making it to campus without reliable transportation. These are just a couple of the examples of the hardships people may face with route cuts, such as these that have been expressed to me, and y'all have heard a myriad of other ones throughout this night. This is why I ask that you all and city staff consider 2 lessons learned from the COA, that our system is working and it just needs more investment. You need to explore ways to increase funding to meet future transit goals instead of trying to improve the system with the same budget. Listen to that sentence. This should include strategies to work more with the county on future transportation needs, such as applying for transit-oriented corridor funding through HUD, which you can do each year. That gets into my last point. We should also take heed to what the consultants consistently mentioned through this process, that future land use planning should prioritize transit. So just to reiterate, public engagement has shown that citizens do not like this plan, and since the city put a great deal of time, energy, and money into collecting public input, City Council should listen to that input. It's not worth it to cut routes to folks who rely on public transportation to access jobs, healthcare, education, and other basic services for routes that people are predicting will boost ridership based off of assumptions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rachel Sorensen? I'm sorry, Rochelle, sorry. Please accept my apologies.
Council, Mayor, I come before you as a necessity bus rider. I have a long relationship with the ART system, and I love the ART system. I love public transit. If I go anywhere and I get to use public transit, I'm going to post about it. And if you've been anywhere near my Facebook, you know that I do. I also have a sort of little blog called Life on the Bus, and I'll tell you how I got there. In 2018, I got a DUI, and that landed me a fast track sideways for a hot minute. I'd ride the bus everywhere. To say that it was life-changing is an understatement. It changed everything about everything. Where I could live, where I could work, who my doctor was, whether or not I was able to get my teeth cleaned. Changed everything. At one point, I worked 4 miles from work, had an hour commute. At one point, I lost a job that was dependent on the S3 and the S6. Frequency. Try getting a new job and then telling an employer that you have to leave at 10 minutes to the hour because you've got to catch the bus. And you can only work until 7:50 because 8 o'clock is the last time the W2 rides. That was me. I was that rider catching the W2 to go to my job at 50 years old, making less, way less than minimum wage, trying to get there by bus. Getting there by bus. Successfully rode this bus for 7 years everywhere. Oh gosh, I digress. Please don't cut routes. Cutting routes is crazy. Honestly, ironically, I became a necessity rider at the same time the master plan was being designed. And I sat in those meetings and I was so excited and I was like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna get a sexy system because buses are sexy. I was just in Chicago. I didn't get in the car because I didn't have to. Airport to train, train to town, town to bus. I went everywhere, everywhere, from the Obama Center to Navy Pier. I saw it all on public transit. Check my Facebook. $200 was my entire transportation budget for the year. Because what I don't like is random rides from strangers, so I don't Uber anywhere. That model also puts more cars on the road, increases traffic, and just trouble. They make unsafe spots. Who hasn't been in the middle of the road hopping in an Uber or had to wait for that? We could be so creative and so collaborative. What if a kid could get out of school at Asheville High School and ride to transit and then take the W-2 to the myriad of fast food places that are there now and work a job? Buses are equalizers. Don't cut.
Kara Wheeler?
Hi guys, I'm Kara Wheeler. I'm your neighbor in West Asheville. I took the bus here. It was 53 minutes from my doorstep to City Hall. The bus was delayed due to car traffic. I'm here today speaking in favor of the draft network. The underlying question the COA asked is, with the funding we currently have, are we spending our transit dollars based on our values? Let's remember the 2018 Transit Master Plan. I know you've read it. I know you've memorized it. So section 7, page 82, is the implementation, the phase, 10-year phase implementation. The 2018 master plan calls for doubling service hours over the course of 10 years. It's a beautiful plan. It has beautiful plans for routes, increasing and adding routes. It has beautiful plans for increasing frequency to 15 minutes on many corridors. It does it all. But we didn't do it. We didn't implement the majority of the plan. We didn't magically find money. We didn't collaborate with the county on a dedicated funding source. We didn't lobby the state to allow cities to raise that same funding source. The federal government did not change the FTA funding allocation for transit. It's been 8 years since that transit master plan. So going back to the COA's original question, with the money we currently have, not with what we hope to have, are we spending it based on our values? The draft network is a nudge toward frequency. It adds 15-minute service to Hillcrest, Rad, and Biltmore. It adds frequency to many other corridors that are designated as transit corridors in the Living Comprehensive Plan. I work in manufacturing on Hendersonville Road with 800 other employees, and I live in West Asheville. Where I'm at on Hendersonville Road, the bus comes every hour and a half. It's the S3. If I were to bus home, that would be a 75-minute commute. If I can pick my leave time, I would need to leave at 4:30 or at 6 p.m. to hit that 90-minute frequency. But the standard shift hours end at 3:30. This means the same 75-minute commute plus 1 hour waiting or changing shift schedules, if you have that luxury. With the draft network, the frequency changes to every hour on Hendersonville Road. Now I could leave work at 3:30, 4:30, or 5:30 and still make it home. The draft network gives more options and more freedom. A bus that comes every 90 minutes technically provides access. A bus that comes often provides opportunity. The draft network moves us closer to a transit system people can actually use, not just one on a map. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Riblett.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stephen Riblett, and I took the bus here. I'm really glad to have heard so many passionate points about transit. This is what we need. I'm hearing we need more. But we were asked, what could we do with what we have? Could we do more? And with that, I'm here to ask you to support nudging some version of the draft network to help support frequency and ridership, focusing on the total number of trips and the impact that could also have, which has not been brought up much in this discussion tonight. We should think of investment in our transportation system, not individually in terms of choices, but as a combination. Helping frequency, while let's say also allowing mobile pay, would help amplify each's contribution. Focusing on frequency and then finding other sources of funding would then help to reinforce the network we would have, etc. A lot of these increases won't be as grand with only a coverage model. Thinking in a visionary mindset, by increasing the number of riders and specifically the number of trips, other improvements will have that greater impact. By having more riders, we can better justify spending on transit. By investing in transit, we help mitigate impacts to the environment while also helping to densify the city. This results in a lessened need for parking and cars, helping to make spaces better for people. This comes back to us because those businesses would then have more traffic, more human traffic, which in turn would help increase their land value, helping to raise money to pay for things like transit. Regardless of your decision tonight, I want to thank you all for joining in this passionate conversation, and have a good day.
Thank you. Christopher Kosk. I feel like this is going to be Krosky, but it says Kosk Creek. Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Chris Cosgree. I'm also here to speak in support of the Drug Transit Network. I live near Hillcrest on the N3 route, and I try to use the bus whenever I can. I also took the bus here today. There's almost always other people on the bus when I'm using it, traveling between the different neighborhoods, downtown, to work, shop, support local businesses. If the bus came every 15 minutes on this route, it would make it a lot easier for me and other people on this route to take the bus to and from downtown. And increased service would mean you wouldn't have to really plan around a timetable. You could just walk to the bus stop, and if it's only 15 minutes away, it's not nearly as long of a wait. This would also mean that there's going to be less traffic on our roads, more foot traffic for small businesses, and easy access for residents who rely on transit every single day. So frequent, reliable transit would just make it easy for riders to choose the bus over driving. Making it easier to ride the bus is going to help make our neighborhoods more connected and our downtown more vibrant. So I urge you to vote yes on the Drug Transit Network. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Sullis.
Hi there. A lot of people don't use the bus because it isn't frequent enough. Those that use it are forced to suffer a time tax of half an hour to an hour due to that low frequency. The current network simply does not work for the majority of our citizens. As we continue to debate new options and alternatives, we continue to disincentivize people from using public transport and continue to burden those that do use it to pay with their own time. If we choose to reject or delay the proposed network, we can't afford to pay and wait for another study. We need to improve the frequency of our network today and take action based on what we know. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Anthony Mejia.
I was once told that politics is warfare without ever firing a shot. I didn't know what that meant until I saw lives affected by paperwork. I know none of this is a perfect system. I know hour-long wait times suck, but when we're talking about this here, decisions, lives, people we make, I've said it before, it kills people. Paperwork kills people. We're talking about MAHEC. We're talking about Social Security office. I've worked at security at the Social Security office. The people who come there don't have shoes. They have rags on their feet, and they're trying to get their social security number so they can have the first job they can have in years. Heck, I'm sure it stops a lot of people from killing themselves. We have a lot of problems. A lot of you know my problems with this city and with this council. But the solution I've never seen is to take more away from our people. It sure is to give more funding, access, availability, time, employment, gainful employment, enough money to support this system, and always asking where this money comes from. I listened as one of the city managers detailed to you how our homelessness programs works when we have federal funding. We don't have federal funding. For lack of a better word, the federal government has shit the bed. And now is the time for it to do it ourselves. Find the funding, find the people, find the support locally, and find solutions that won't kill people. Because I know you don't believe me, we already have. With the programs we cut, the federal funding gone, people have died cold on the streets, they have overdosed, they have left, they have ended up in jail for needlessly. And I promise you, I was a parachute rigger in the military. It was my job to ensure people lived every day. If I didn't do my job, they wouldn't. I am waiting for you to understand that your job saves and kills people. This is warfare without firing a shot, and you need to start choosing a side. I'm getting really fucking tired.
Okay, those are the speakers under this item. Again, we're not voting on this tonight. We'll be voting on this at our meeting in August, which is August 25th. So you'll have an opportunity to comment again then, or in the interim, send us an email or phone call or however you'd like to communicate with us. I did want to say in the PEDE committee did a really thorough review of this proposal and had a fantastic discussion. It's worth reviewing. There was a robust discussion around funding, and I want to push back a little bit on the folks who are sort of shaming us around failing to figure out how to fund transit. And I would say that transit funding is incredibly difficult. It is funded primarily out of our general fund. We do use some parking revenues for it. As we discussed many times here, some cities our size in North Carolina are able to have large partners that help them with transit, like UNC Chapel Hill or Eastern Carolina University or UNC Wilmington. These are towns that are similar in size to us that have big partners that help offset the cost. It doesn't even cost any money to ride transit in Chapel Hill, and they have great frequency and easy use. My kids use it when they go to Chapel Hill. So, but there is the one big option in the state of North Carolina to fund transit, other than trying to craft these partnerships, is to have a referendum on the ballot for a 1/4-cent sales tax for transit. And the only counties in North Carolina that have passed a sales tax for transit are Durham, Mecklenburg, Orange, and Wake. Those are Charlotte, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill area. That's it. And I will tell you that some of those it's a 1/2 cent, and the reason was because they were really hoping to be able to get light rail, and that's a whole other story in the Triangle area. So, there are larger counties than us, like Forsyth, Guilford, who have not passed this referendum. Believe you me, we have had long discussions with the county commissioners, because it is up to them whether or not we can put a 1/4-cent sales tax referendum on the ballot. It has to be a county-wide vote. And we did lobby the legislature to try to make it a citywide vote. Julie Mayfield did her best, a major transit advocate, as our state senator, to try to convince the legislature to allow us to have just a citywide referendum and a citywide sales tax. And we were told over and over the problem is the Department of Commerce only collects sales tax revenue on a countywide basis. They don't have a system to allow citywide sales tax collection. Okay, whole other whether that's even, come on. But right now, that's what they continue to tell us. So we have not seen legislation successful in just allowing us a citywide referendum, which personally I think would pass in Asheville. Countywide, much more difficult discussion. When you have the city only having 1/3 of the population in the county, that's a pretty challenging discussion and would take a pretty heavy-duty campaign to convince voters to support a 1/4-cent sales tax for transit. We've seen a huge campaign around these transit taxes in these other jurisdictions where the municipalities are the majority of the county's population. So it's not that easy is all I'm saying, and that's no excuse. I'm willing to go to the mat for this, and I have tried to go to the mat for this, but we have not been able to get traction, no pun intended, around getting a 1/4-cent sales tax on the ballot as authorized by the county. But I wouldn't tell you to go run over to the county and ask them to put this on the ballot, because it's going to take more thought and strategy than that. It will take a pretty long campaign to get buy-in from voters. You know, why should I support this? I don't ride the bus. You know, that kind of conversation we need to have as a community before we can get, you know, momentum around supporting a tax like that. So when people say, go out there and get the money for transit, you know, understand what the options are in North Carolina, and understand that we've tried to explore them and we will continue to explore them. We now have a city manager who used to be with the county. Maybe she has some kind of like magic mojo, you know, to help us with that. But it's been I don't know. I'm not putting that on you.
No
That's a
pressure.
lot. That's a lot of pressure. But anyway, I just wanted to give that context around the funding challenges.
I appreciate that, Mayor. I want to layer on just one more thought. I thought you were going to get there at the end, actually. You know, this idea that I really appreciate the comment about the model chosen or the coverage or the frequency is kind of a moral decision of the council. And I want to push back on that a little bit in that I don't know if people realize when you saw us go through our very difficult budget year, this year was very challenging, last year it's getting more and more difficult. We were going back and forth around little things that were $100,000 here, $150,000 there, that we were desperate to try and work into the budget, save a program, save a job, get a living wage, closer living wage, whatever it was. And I don't know if people realize that general fund where we do all that magic, you know, we have pretty much status quo expenses. But then when we want to do something new as a community, we have the general fund to work with. So transit in this particular budget used $8.4 million of the general fund. Now that's kind of a standard. It's gone as high as $10 million if I recall. But I don't want folks to think that this council isn't putting transit at the forefront of their mind when budgeting, because there's a lot of things we could do with $10 million, and we are saying we need this transit. But right now what we're feeling is it's not quite all of the goals. There are more on hand that we need to figure out. So I just wanted to share that for perspective. I don't think anybody's really saying this doesn't matter to us.
Council, does anybody want to tell DK anything now about this in terms of further direction before our next meeting? Or obviously you can do that after this meeting as well, but if there's anything specifically about the recommended nudge towards ridership, this was a good time to give some feedback.
We have a meeting soon, but I feel like maybe you understand my thoughts that I've shared. If not, let me know.
I know one person brought it up, but the mobile fare that Kara Wheeler didn't mention in public comment, but somebody else did. Kara is a member of our transit committee and brought this idea up that instead of us spending, I think our last number we looked at was $900,000 to develop an app to take people's money over time. It was like so expensive. We applied for these grants and it was just like, how are we spending so much money to take people's money? It doesn't really make sense. But the mobile app is something that we could do without the necessary infrastructure. And so we could make it so that when someone gets to Asheville in the airport, they could get on the bus because they wouldn't have to get a ticket downtown and they wouldn't have to have $1 in cash as cash circulates less frequently. So there are some solutions that we could use to make transit better and better funded that are on the table. They're community-led solutions. I want to see us move that forward as quickly as possible. I think it's really unfortunate that we're scrapping here. For me, the best solution still is to see what the county learns Keep working towards an Asheville Transit Authority so we reduce the duplication of costs. Keep working on the funding strategies, go all in on that. I can't see us making the cuts, especially when I don't know what that means for mountain mobility in our paratransit.
It sounded like the mountain mobility would run anywhere in the city regardless, right? Didn't I hear that?
That's a really nice idea, but it's unclear promise.
Yeah, we have that as a follow-up
Okay.
to bring back that information, but our paratransit runs across the city.
Yeah, I didn't realize that, so that's helpful.
Okay,
We got through the
that was the
tornado.
manager's report.
It was a
It is now
tornado.
8:10, okay. I love mine.
Well, I thought we were having this because we were gonna give staff instruction, but I don't really hear staff instruction, so I hope that's
Was that all the
good enough.
discussion?
Yeah, if anybody else has any other feedback, I mean, I opened it up, so if you have anything else to feedback.
Well, I mean, I will say I have a real heartburn about Transformational Village and the outlets. I have a similar heartburn about the Social Security office in West Haywood. I mean, but the Transformational Village folks, they're expanding over there. Again, I don't think we're taking future housing into account. I think we need to move faster on, alternative funding, whatever that looks like. Maybe not putting something on the ballot, but things that we can do just as a city now. Maybe renegotiating our partnerships with places like Mission and Grove Park, see if they are able to contribute anymore. But that's where I am right now.
One follow-up to that, I know during Code Purple, because that was mentioned for Transformation Village, that we sometimes change the rules and the buses run differently, or they'll take you to the final stop. Just, that might be some good follow-up to make sure we're not, I don't think that we're leaving that critical hole, but maybe double check.
I have a curiosity about if we were to add in, for instance, the outlets. It seems like it would take 2 buses in order to create the 15-minute frequency on that route. So is it possible that one of the buses can maintain the 15-minute frequency and not go all the way to the outlets while the other one does? Can we get creative with the routes that we have here when we add them back in? Can one bus go the full route to Mayheck, Transformation Village, and the other, while one maintains the frequency that?
And can I
Stratford?
piggyback really quickly, because I don't, yesterday in a meeting with Grove Park, they even mentioned not needing it as many times over the course of the day. There are certain times where workers are more likely to need to get to work and leave work.
And it'll probably be hard to do it on demand because other people on the bus probably have to make their destination at a certain time. But if we had a fixed route that went the total mile.
Yeah. So the route that we have that has 15-minute frequency from Hillcrest downtown and River Arts District, that's the full route 2. And then that segment that has 15-minute frequency, that is one additional bus that we're using there. And so if we were to put back service down to the outlets along Brevard all the way, that's the bus that we would be using. So it's just one bus that's coming out of there, and to provide the 60-minute frequency down to the outlets, that's the trade-off. Either the 15-minute frequency on the inner part of the 2, or the bus that goes down to the outlets.
One thought that when you said that, though, that made me think about the outlet malls is, do y'all remember not too long ago when we shuffled the police resource center to the outlet malls, and the outlet malls made a sizable contribution so that city services would be out there? Perhaps they'd make a sizable contribution to ensure that their workforce can continue to get there.
I really like the way I like this.
Period.
Yes, because so what about if we just had like one bus
Doing the
that went-
express route.
Yes, and did all, kind of did a circle of the city, you know what I mean? And we were able to keep that. Again, I'm throwing stuff, we're dreaming here, but what do you think?
Do you guys love when city council designs bus routes?
One of
Going all the way around.
One of the really powerful things of this network is the time transfer, having all the routes come to downtown. That works really well when we have clock phase frequencies that are 60 minutes, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, because the bus can come at the same time. If we do one really long route with one bus, that might end up running every 90 minutes, every 2 hours. And if we do that, then we are covering those areas, something that's possible. It would be service that would not be very useful to a lot of people and would make it very difficult for people to transfer to any other routes. Transfers are really important in a transit system because not everything that you want to do is on just one route. So being able to transfer to other routes really allows you to reach more of the network, and that's why the time transfers are such a strong part of this draft plan and potentially whatever we come up with in the final plan. But doing something really, really big that does something like that wouldn't make transfers easy, and it wouldn't be very useful to a lot of people.
I heard Sage ask a question during the PED meeting, and I'm not sure of the response, but can MAHEC provide a shuttle?
They used to, right? They had one. I recall they have a shuttle, but I don't know what it does.
So we did speak with MAHEC a few weeks ago. They did used to have a shuttle. They couldn't remember the year, and this was before I was here as well. They stopped having the shuttle when we started providing the bus. They understood the reason why this is in the draft network. They said that they would be willing to continue to talk with us. They did not say that it was off the table. They understood that it's a business decision for, that this was not a values-based decision, that this was a numbers
That sounds a little hopeful.
So
Yeah.
it was not, they didn't say no, but it's obviously financial. And, our intention would be with all of these partners is to talk with them about what options might there be. I think in some of these instances, there could be shuttles that could be very useful. And I think that is a good location for that.
That's helpful. Thank you for talking with them.
So I'm not hearing any consensus around adding back any particular route. So that's kind of what I needed to hear tonight. If there was consensus around adding back any of the A through D, we would go back, and can you go to the next step slide?
And so A through D represents 93 riders a day impacted.
So if, a good majority of you all felt strongly about any one of those, we would go back to
I feel strongly about all of those.
Yeah, draft plus at least the top
That's what I need to
three.
hear. Are any of those you want us to go back and look at?
All of them.
So that's the maintain.
You want 'em
That's
all
option
in.
3. Okay. So that's option 3.
Actually, what I was thinking was someone came up with, what is the pedal thing? Come on, Mr. Loftus. I'm really interested in his
Variable
presentation.
fixed route. That's
Yes.
why we were saying that we could press pause and look at the variable fixed route that Bill spoke to but has not yet presented. His presentation, it takes a little time. It's worth looking at. Essentially, the way it works right now is each one of our routes in the transit system works like a blade of grass. It grows from the heart of downtown at the transit center, and it goes in one direction out. Instead, we have it in our Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan of development nodes. And so imagine that you, instead of a blade of grass, have a stem of a flower, and then from out at that flower's center, there's petals. And so, for example, you would go up North Asheville in a frequent corridor with a fixed route, large bus, because it would have a lot of people, because it would be running frequently. And then when it ends at the grocery store, because the grocery store has the most on and off boarding, which is very common in transit systems, and it's true in ours as well, north, south, and east and west, you would then run a corridor service, and it could be on demand, but it would provide better coverage over a larger swath of area than the blade of grass because the pedal reaches out into the neighborhoods. An example of this would be if instead of running the blade of grass fixed route transit to Klondike, you would instead go from Klondike down through Montford and over to Broadway, which doesn't currently have service, and create essentially a circulator. Another way that you could think of a pedal is the downtown circulator. It's in the transit master plan. It would serve the people who live and work downtown and visit downtown. And it doesn't necessarily have to go all the way to the transit center to function.
So it
These are
sounds
the
like that
kinds
gives
of
you
conversations we
coverage
didn't
and,
put in scope.
yeah. So
And
it
why
gives
we
you
can listen to the local
coverage
subject
and
matter
ridership.
experts.
It sounds like that gives you coverage and ridership.
Right.
Which would be, I think, a different, deeper analysis than what we would be able to bring back to you on the 25th. So based
Which is
on
why I
the
think you
information.
said, let's look at that.
That sounded to me like up to a year and another study that could
Well,
be
I don't,
responded.
yeah, I don't know
I
how
didn't think it
long,
was a
but
study.
He said
will
it, and a consultant.
yeah.
But yeah.
I don't know how
He
long
said
that would
no
take, but
consultant.
based on
He
the
said you might not
information
need
that
one.
we currently have,
But he
these are
doesn't
the
know.
3 options that we see for you all to consider for the 25th.
Option 1 is approve as.
One option is the.
I would be an option, I would be in favor for option 2.
Okay.
See, we are voting tonight.
Any consensus around us taking a look at that for you all to vote for?
So, option 2 is like a menu, though. Are you saying, Shanika, to pick them all, or
If
some
we
of them?
could do it all, yes.
Well, doing them all is option 3.
No,
No,
all
no,
of
no, no.
those.
You mean the 4 in option 2, not all 7.
Right, so there are 7 routes currently proposed to be cut in the draft network. That would be option 1, if all of those are cut. Option 2 adds
That's
back
those
1 or
4.
more or all of the 4 options that you see here. We could do that and still, though, it would be some trade-offs, so you'll lose some of the performance that's in the draft network. But you could do it and not totally maintain, you could gain some increased performance in the network.
Pointing out also that none of the workers at Grove Park are in that first batch.
Or
So
Revard, or
again, do
Transformation
we-
Village.
Right, do we need to
Oh, okay.
pause
Yeah, it is.
and figure out, can we get a variable route? Maybe on the times, as Vice Mayor said, they might need. I think it's worth looking at to get it right. I mean, this is a,
Because the other places.
this isn't illegal. I mean,
Do you, staff, I mean, I did the numbers for the Mayheck riders. I can see it's $31 per ride, per day, for each rider. So do you know what the cost is for the city of Asheville to get 40 people out to the Outlet Mall, Brevard Road Transformation Village? Do you know what the cost is for the Social Security office? And I'm asking because, I mean, if we're gonna pursue a partnership, say with the Grove Park Inn, I'm not saying that, but if we were to do that, I mean, this is a company that makes a lot of money. And I feel a little strange as a taxpayer offsetting the costs of them doing business if we're paying for their employees to get to work at like $40 a ride. I mean, I don't know, does anybody think, I mean, I feel for the employee.
And it is the taxpayer.
But
I
we do
understand
that for everybody,
Well,
every
I think
business
that's
on
what
the
this is
route.
taking a hard look at, is why are we doing that? Does that even make
Well,
sense?
I thought the whole point, and I'm not disagreeing, I just don't like the notion of talking about one business in particular.
No,
We're
no,
not-
and I'm just throwing
One more
it.
second. When the goal is to get people to jobs. So why
100%.
that employer?
Well, I mean, this
They may be going shopping.
this is a philosophical problem
Yeah.
in America. Do we spend a fortune serving the one, or do we spend a fortune serving the masses? And, I mean, this is, we don't wanna see one little baby in a NICU not get $500,000 to keep them alive, which we don't, because they're a little baby in the NICU. And we don't wanna not get 11 people to Mayheck because they need to get to Mayheck, right? We don't wanna ever do that. But as a society, we also, I mean, to me, to get more people to be able to use this and to grow ridership so that we're getting less people in cars and less congestion and more people to have reliable ways to get to work, to me is a way you grow a city, period. We're thinking about right now, frozen in time, but in the future, if we're gonna grow as a city in a way that makes any sense, we're gonna have to figure out how to change how we're doing business. So,
And really,
I-
the
you know-
private industry has to be our partner, and sometimes not by choice.
right, no, I mean.
Just like Mayhack had a shuttle until we offered it.
Yeah, I mean, Tanger Outlet rolled out the red carpet for the police department to be able to have an annex there because they wanted to make sure they have an annex there. Tanger Outlet sponsored the Performing Arts Center in Greensboro to the tune of $7 million. Tanger Outlet can also partner with us. So, I mean, I don't feel
Yes.
like, I mean, and ABCCM is doing such great work, but they are a multi-million-dollar operation.
With shuttles.
Make no doubt about it. So, I mean, I do think that,
But so
I
are
don't
we.
think it's the burden of,
So are we.
true, but that doesn't mean we should shoulder all of the costs.
And the taxpayers, really, because
So I
again, the
don't
8.4
disagree.
from
I
the
just wish we
general
would have
fund.
had those conversations before we jumped in and said what they will do or what they can't do. Because I know what it's like to be a worker at a place, and you don't know what they're gonna do, right? And then you have people who are least equipped to do something kind of left hanging. Now, I get how there are fewer riders and someone has to pay, you know, and someone will, you know, fall short. I get it. I just don't want us to be as flippant.
And I'm not, I feel like.
And I'm
we
not
have-
talking about literally you. I said us.
Yeah,
Right,
and
because that's how it comes across.
yeah, I mean, I think one of the problems, and you warned us, you said, when I give you suggestions for how to
Mm-hmm.
move to a ridership model, you're gonna feel this pain. People are gonna come, and you told us, they're gonna come and they're gonna tell you, please don't cut my route, please don't do that. But you're gonna increase ridership dramatically.
And we said,
So-
bring
and
it
we-
to
And
us.
we didn't know what you meant. We didn't know what you were gonna propose. Like, so to your point, we didn't know what the list was gonna be. So, yes, we gave you the instruction to bring us the list. You've done it, and now we're complaining to you about it. So,
No.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm.
Complaining
If I
about
can-
her.
If I can just add, so I would like to discourage calculating the
Sure,
dollar
okay, fine,
figure
yeah, that's fine,
for
just-
particular places, because as Councilwoman Mosley mentioned, yes, Tanger Outlets is the end of the line, but there are so many
Sure,
other things in
yes,
between,
yeah, that's a good
there's like 12 hotels, and there's restaurants and so many other places, so,
Yeah.
that just becomes really difficult for
Well,
us. But if
but-
you think about it as.
I mean, one of the reasons staff looked at these routes was not only because of how far they are, but they also looked at the ridership.
We did, and.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Right, yes, so we made these choices based on ridership numbers, and we looked at residential housing
Yeah.
and low-income households. Those were the guidelines that we tried to stay within, and that.
Were there
just-
any other items on the list of cuts that maybe didn't come to us, that maybe some folks that want to see assemblage of some cuts, not others, might like to see? Like other suggestions you didn't make, a different route that could have been cut? I don't know how you weighed, I guess I should be asking you, you must have, made a tier of, they weighted them somehow, and these are the most, it's so
There are
complicated.
myriad options.
Right.
And there are ones that are in the bottom, like Beaver Dam. That was one that was a rather, I would say, easier option.
Well, like one
that
comes
we've
to mind
heard
is
less
like
of.
we're still sending a bus to Black Mountain.
Correct, and that is,
'Cause we have a
and
funding
that is
partner.
not part of the
Because
study
they have a funding, they're
because-
funding it. Okay, I heard
Yeah.
that, okay.
And
So I'm just wondering, I don't want to open up the book of worms. I'm just
Right.
wondering if my colleagues, and a chance to get us to a more consensus, if there's an interest in any of that, or if it's just the 7 we're looking at, and it's that or stay or no go.
I think that you would find that any other cut that
Be
we
harder.
could suggest would probably would find even more heartburn
That might have
over.
been helpful, actually, to see if, cutting eight riders to Social Security is very different than like a route that has like 400. I just don't know the scale. You know what I mean? I don't know how
Right.
many routes have 8 a day, or Right. I know they're not all that low.
So, can I just circle back to, you were talking about being flippant, are you, and I'm trying to understand, are you saying like, we don't have enough time to stew on this? Like, it's too quick of a decision, given that we're looking at these now?
Yes, and again, I'm really interested in his proposal, because just when I'm out and about, and when I'm in a HIDTA meeting, or even when I went to TDA, it's landing as a cut. People don't care if there's more frequent services to someplace they don't want to
Right.
go.
Yeah, they're just, yes, I understand what you're saying.
And some people, and I used Hillcrest as an example, if I have to ride the bus, I don't care that it's coming every 15 minutes to go somewhere I don't need to go. If I have to go work at Grove Park from Hillcrest, I'm riding the bus. And then I might leave Grove Park and not come back home. There might be somewhere else I need to get to from Grove Park. It might be my second job. And I'm tired, and I don't feel like walking down the hill after I've been carrying a tray all day. I don't feel like going up the hill when my shift starts at 5:30. And it sounds like we don't get that. I'm not saying that we don't get that. I'm saying that's how it is landing. And anytime I find people that seemingly wouldn't necessarily agreeing, it always gives me pause. So when people in Hillcrest are saying this is crazy, when TDA is saying this is crazy, when business owners downtown are like, oh, my staff members are coming to me saying, why are you making these cuts? It gives me pause.
Gotcha, okay.
But it's not personal saying that, let them eat cake or anything.
That's good. Okay, any other? I feel like this is probably not that helpful for you in terms of our direction. So we're gonna have to, I think we're gonna have to figure something out. Yeah. Okay, all right, we are going to, now it's 8:30. Okay, are we good? We're gonna.
Another tornado.
Yeah, maybe another tornado will come and we'll be rescued from this, but.
If anybody was here for the transit conversation, we're now moving on, so it'll be back on our agenda for August 25th unless something changes, right, DK?
That was, yes, I mentioned that, yeah, that we will be doing this again on August 25th. We have now a public hearing to consider amending the conditional zoning for 301 East Chestnut Street for the purpose of amending project conditions. And we will have a presentation regarding the same.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. I'll be presenting this request to amend the conditional zoning at the Princess Anne Hotel at 301 East Chestnut Street. The hotel property is located here just north of downtown at the corner of Chestnut Street and Furman Avenue. It's a historic building and a local historic landmark. The existing zoning is institutional conditional zone from prior conditional zoning that I'll speak to momentarily. The future land use is neighborhood centers. No change in that is being proposed. So essentially, this property has been under conditional zoning since 2006 for a hotel use, 16-room hotel. It was amended once in 2018. There are some very specific conditions about the types of uses that are allowed at the site currently, such as that the lower level of the hotel can only be used for apartments, for hotel and restaurant staff. The applicant is requesting an amendment to the conditional zoning to allow for some additional uses in conjunction with the existing hotel and restaurant uses that are currently on site. There are no planned expansions or additions to the structure, and all the other relevant conditions are being retained in the revised project conditions. So this is what the project conditions for the land uses would look like under this proposed amendment to the conditional zoning. It would include the 16 guest room hotel. It would allow eating and drinking establishments generally, so they could be continue to use the restaurant dining room main area without a seat restriction. It could also allow for the conversion of the lower level into eating and drinking establishments. It could allow for dwelling units generally, retail sales, barbershops and beauty salons, and also special functions as described here, which was a carryover from the prior conditional zoning. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval at its July 1st meeting. So this is the description of the neighborhood center's future land use category that talks about a mix of uses in residential areas, things like restaurants, pubs, small retailer, office, for the convenience of residents of the neighborhood, serving as a focal point for the area. And then also staff finds that the proposal supports a number of goals in the comprehensive plan, such as to increase mixed-use development along transit corridors, promote great architecture and urban design to enhance placemaking, and celebrate the unique identity of neighborhoods through creative placemaking. Therefore, staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the conditional zoning amendment. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
It's currently operating as a hotel, or it's just permitted to? Why is it read that way?
Oh, it's been operating as a hotel for 20 years. It's
Yeah.
currently not open. It's under new management.
Oh, it's currently not open. Has it been not open for a while?
I don't know if it's been a very long time or not. I know the applicant's, I think, here this evening, but it hasn't been closed for a very long time.
I was just a little confused about the way it was written.
Okay, no, it would be a continuation of the use essentially.
Okay.
Yep.
So they don't need our permission to do a hotel. They just want
Correct.
our permission to allow these other uses.
Yes, they want to consider some different uses than on the lower level. That's currently only allowed for 3 apartments for hotel and restaurant staff.
Oh.
But this would allow a little more flexibility down the road as well with this proposed wording, so they wouldn't have to come back in another 8 years or so to revise it further.
Did anyone come up with a single thing that was a negative about this? I didn't really hear any downsides.
Staff hasn't identified any, and we did
P&Z
not.
either?
No, there was not much discussion at Planning and Zoning Commission. It had unanimous support. There was no public comment at Planning and Zoning Commission. We have not heard any pushback from the neighborhood. I think it could add some, neighborhood serving retail or restaurant uses to the area. That could be a convenience and amenity for the neighborhood.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. We do have one person signed up to speak, and that is Ann McDonald. Miss McDonald, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Ann McDonald. Thank you for hearing me today. I share a driveway with Princess Anne. And so there's a joint driveway that goes to their parking lot and then my parking pad. And adding business, which is downstairs, it's on the lower level, would require more parking. And as is, both Chestnut and Furman, one side of the street parking, and you cannot have 2 cars pass. So right now, it is congested with traffic. Adding businesses below would make driving there even more challenging. It has been closed since January, and I've just noticed even since it's been closed, there's much more ability to drive on the road because even when it was a hotel, the staff would be parking on the street if the hotel was full. That would also increase the traffic going right next to my house. And it would be going multiple times a day. When it was a hotel, generally people were checking in, people may go out for dinner, but really at this boutique hotel, traffic pretty much quieted down by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and it really didn't start until late morning after people had checked out. But if there's businesses in the bottom, you're going to see a lot more traffic. And besides, they're taking away 3 apartments, 3 housing options. On Charlotte and Chestnut, there is open land that is still yet to be developed, which will be mixed use. So there already is in this neighborhood businesses that align with some of the philosophy of moving the city forward. And if we get rid of the bus line going up to the Oak Grove, it is not on the transportation line. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, questions, comments, or a motion? Okay, please come forward and tell me your name. There's not someone else on my list, but it may be under a different one. Please, this is the,
We've got to.
yep, if you,
You want to speak on this item?
I thought he was later.
this is the conditional zoning on Chestnut Street.
Well,
That-
then you need to
no,
wait.
no, hold on, we're not to the, yeah.
Chestnut Street.
Well, you can wait.
You can wait, yeah, we're not quite there. Okay, the,
Council, I move to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 301 East Chestnut Street, zoned institutional conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, incentivizes redevelopment, especially mixed-use development that contains housing, within identified transit-supportive corridors. 2, promotes adaptive reuse as a means of conserving materials, history, and embodied energy in buildings. And 3, encourages planning strategies that support the development of locally focused neighborhood amenities, including restaurants, pubs, and other neighborhood services.
Point of order, it's, the motion says contains housing, but this removes housing?
I guess, is there other
left
housing
after
in
we
the,
remove the housing?
that's what I was kind of confused about the language. Is it a hotel? Is it empty? Is it housing?
It's, the motion says contains housing, but the presentation says removes housing.
That's correct. Dwelling units would be a permitted use under this conditional zoning. So the applicant may be able to speak about the specific intents of what they're planning on, but they did want to retain the ability to have housing as an option in those units. So that would be a possibility under this conditional zoning.
So we definitely don't want to remove the housing language, but it does almost read like we're doing this to preserve the housing.
Yeah, it says contains housing,
Okay,
that,
does
that
it-
could
is-
include housing,
is
is
the
would be
motion-
different.
I made the motion, I'm not sure, but it's fine.
Maybe some of the translation coming from the comprehensive
It could
plan
be
where the
especially mixed
strategies don't
use.
always fit
How about this?
perfectly.
I'll amend, I missed a word. I meant to say 1, incentivizes redevelopment, especially mixed-use development that may contain housing.
there you go, okay. We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes 6-0. All right, moving right along. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing to conditionally rezone 3862 Sweeten Creek Road from RM16 residential multifamily high density to residential expansion conditional zone.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Again, for the record, my name is Sam Starr-Baum. I am a Planner 3 with the City of Asheville's Planning and Urban Design Department. It's good to be with you this evening. What we have before us today is a conditional zoning petition at 38 Sweeten Creek. I will casually refer to this as the Ardmore Apartments. I believe that is the name that the applicant will be going with. My presentation, like all my presentations, will take place in 3 parts. We will first look at context, look at maps, where we are, what is the zoning, what is the future land use. The second part, we'll look at what is being proposed. And then finally, we will conclude with how this does or does not conform or align with city documents, this master plan, future land use map, and of course, the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan. So where are we? We are, of course, in South Asheville. You have seen a number of Sweeten Creek apartments in this year, frankly. This is a little different. This is far enough along Sweeten Creek that this is considered part of the Hendersonville Road, Airport Road intersection that is just less than 0.6 of a mile from that intersection, which you can see on the bottom left corner. And you can see that this is near the lake on the vicinity map to the right. This is currently zoned RM16, and there are a number of other projects in the area, including Dunbar Place, Avalon Park at Sweeten Creek, and the Colony Developments, all within the immediate vicinity, which are also zoned RM16 in this area. This is going to residential expansion CZ as it is proposed. I do want to spend some time talking about why this is before you this evening. This is only in front of council because residential districts, your RS and RM districts, were not part of the zoning text amendment thresholds that we took through in 2025. This would be a by right development as a level 2 if this were zoned anything different that we change for thresholds under those zoning districts. So this is before you because RM was not considered part of those threshold districts. So this is why this must appear before council for a residential expansion request for a conditional zoning petition.
Because we didn't really do corridors.
Yeah, I'm thinking,
So
okay.
Brad, we didn't really,
I say
upzone
corridors,
the
but-
corridors, we upzoned the zoning classifications.
Correct.
Yep.
So this one wasn't under it.
Because we can't just pick a sum of a zoning classification if it's along a corridor unless we have an overlay. You just didn't want to
We're
get
all
us
becoming
to turn
attorneys,
around,
okay.
did you? Okay. Thank you.
And there was also express direction to avoid residential districts at the time.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's helpful.
I mean,
So,
okay, we're
I
not
will-
going to
I will-
argue about it, but I
yeah.
don't remember that express
Okay.
direction.
well, we can move on then. This is, it is worth noting, and I will talk about this again in that third act where I talk about conformance and alignment with city plans. This is in the residential neighborhood future land use. This is something that does contemplate historically developed following a single master plan, usually with one way in, one way out in terms of ingress, egress. The RM16 and what you find in this area along this corridor are appropriate for residential neighborhood. This is even called out on page 346 of the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan. It says that RM16 and corresponding conditional zoning districts are appropriate for this area. So that's where we are and what we're looking at, what the zoning district is and what is being proposed. Here is the site plan. It is 5 buildings. It is 130 units. And it is along this area. It is one entrance in from Sweeten Creek. I do want to note that this is technically 2 parcels, which totals 12.06 acres. It is environmentally designed in a way to preserve the tree canopy to the north. And so the buildings have been shifted south. There are 2 sidewalks. It does have a 6-foot sidewalk along Sweeten Creek Road with an 8-foot utility strip. And then it also has 6 feet internal sidewalks. All other landscaping components will be met. We will also talk about that a little bit at technical modifications. I also want to talk about parking briefly. When this started the process, this was a site that had a minimum, and this was a project that had a parking minimum of 173 spaces. It had a parking maximum of 300 spaces. The site plan before you shows 200 spaces. This has changed a little bit, right? So since this has begun the process, and even since getting all the documents to Maggie with the deadline, HB 162 passed, which eliminated parking minimums. So that calculus has changed. So the applicant will speak at their presentation about how they are going to lower their parking range that is in Exhibit E, the project conditions. That number is going to be lower than 200. It is going to be closer approaching to 1 parking space or 1.25 per dwelling unit. But again, the applicant will address that. We anticipate this number of provided 200 spaces will go down. Now, because they are seeking NCHFA funding, they are still required to provide parking. So that is a little bit about the site plan. These buildings are predominantly a 3-4 split because of the topography ranging from north to south. You can see at the top elevations what that looks like with that unit level change, and then the bottom elevations are what you would see for buildings B and D, sort of the larger buildings. And the materiality for these are very much in alignment with what you see for a modern mountain aesthetic. It is something that is common throughout Asheville with your brick foundation, board and batten, and fiber siding, and a shingle roof. So, insofar as project conditions go, all units, 130 units, will be designated affordable for a minimum of 20 years, and these affordable units will be at the 80% AMI or less. Again, they are seeking NCHFA funding that has not been rewarded yet, but I do know this is important to council. If they receive NCHFA funding, they are then required to accept vouchers. I know that is something that is often asked about, so I wanted to put that there as well. And then there are 3 technical modifications for this. I talked about the sidewalks. In a residential expansion district, you are required to have a 10-foot sidewalk. The applicant is proposing a 6-foot wide sidewalk with an 8-foot wide utility strip along Sweeten Creek Road. They are also proposing a 6-foot wide minimum sidewalk internally to the site. The third technical modification relates to section 711.3 of the UDO, which is landscaping. You are required to have street trees, and your street trees can be no further than 20 feet from the road right-of-way. because of site triangles, because of NCDOT requirements, they are proposing to have that be up to 40 feet. Again, that is for traffic and vehicular safety as well as pedestrian safety along those sidewalks. So they will propose to have that 40 feet. It is likely that those will only impact the 4 southernmost trees, but that is something that they still did request as a technical modification. And this brings us to the third part of the presentation, which is alignment and conformance. The Technical Review Committee reviewed this on May 4th. They approved this with conditions, and then Planning and Zoning saw it recently at June 3rd. This was approved 6-1, recommending approval. And then we do, again, find that this substantially aligns with, not 100%, but substantially aligns with what is envisioned in the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan. This is consistent with that future land use designation of residential neighborhood for the reasons I talked about. This is a master plan community with limited access into and out of the site. It matches the buildings and the mix that is called for on page 346. And then it also supports the following goals in that plan. It encourages responsible growth and increases and diversifies the housing supply. So that is quite a bit out of me. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Are they requesting any further subsidy from the city or anything to accomplish the affordability? Do you know?
I'll let the applicant speak to that.
My evergreen question is always, is there anything preventing future solar at this location? Are they already considering it?
There is nothing preventing it. I will let the applicant speak to whether or not they are considering it.
On slide number 5, there is like some green that's outlined there. Is that forest, stormwater?
Those are wetland delineations, so there is a jurisdictional stream which is in blue. There are jurisdictional wetlands as well, which are designated in green. The topography and the existing environment have driven the design of the site to keep the bridge and the elements away from them. So there is a separate stormwater and stream preservation process that is concurrent.
So there seems to be a forested area there. So I know that we have some tree canopy ordinances.
Correct.
They're planning on, I mean, that's a lot of trees to cut down.
This is the site plan. This is not the landscaping or tree canopy preservation plan. That is
Okay.
something which is in the materials, and I believe the applicant has a slide they can show. They are preserving their requirements and actually going above that for the TCP requirements under section 719. That is all in this.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you can see the cursor there, but it's all on this north side. This
Got
is
it.
only showing
Okay.
the site plan.
Awesome.
The canopy is preserved there.
Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
And it's 1.6 acres of tree canopy they'll be preserving.
Thank you.
Okay, do we need to hear from the applicant regarding the question about money?
And parking.
Sure, and parking, and solar.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Jesse Swords. I'm a land use attorney with Allen, Stahl & Kilbourne, and we represent Atlantic Housing Foundation on this project. I'm here with a couple members of the project team, Robert Sessoms from Atlantic Housing Foundation, and Austin Greenhalgh, who's a civil engineer from Seaman Whiteside. First, I do have an updated site plan to hand out. We were past the deadline for electronic materials. And this does show the parking reduction that we were able to achieve. It is, we got down to a 1 to 1.25 ratio. That ends up being 162 and a half spaces, which we round up to 163, down from 201. And so that will also, we'll propose the changed parking condition in the written conditions. And the change would be to language something like parking will consist of approximately 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit. And I just want to, before I turn it over for more specific questions to the other members, I can answer the one about city funding. They actually did request it and were denied it. So
This was in
No.
that group.
no additional.
Thank you. But they're still moving forward.
Trying to, yes. And on the solar, it depends on whether there's funding available for that sort of thing. This is, 100% affordable LIHTC project. This is how affordable projects get done in Asheville nowadays. Until we have, something to replace Luigi, these are federal dollars coming to Asheville to subsidize our housing, which, I think most of us would agree is a good thing. Do any of y'all have any specific questions or questions for the project team?
Everybody got their questions? Because we have a few people signed up for public comment, so.
Go ahead.
So just before that, I do suspect we'll hear about, the tree canopy. We are preserving quite a bit of tree canopy. I also suspect we'll hear about traffic on Sweeten Creek.
Always.
This is a little bit different than projects that are kind of in the belly of Sweeten Creek. We're way down near where it comes back to Hendersonville Road and where Sweeten Creek turns into Airport Road. So we won't just have people on Sweeten Creek. There will be more options. And in fact, it's so far down there, we don't know if people are going to be coming and going from Hendersonville or Fletcher or Asheville. So it's a little bit different of a traffic situation. And I'm not a traffic engineer, but I can access the NCDOT's interactive traffic volumes map. And after clicking around a few times, those numbers are, there are 15,000-ish cars on this section of Sweeten Creek a day.
They need more frequent bus routes.
There's no bus route on Sweeten Creek right now at all. But we are talking about adding 130 units here, which versus 15,000 cars puts it in perspective.
Right. That's a good point. More coverage and more coverage and more ridership. Sorry, previous discussion. Thank you for that. The tree canopy, are they just meeting the bare minimum? It looks like a lot. Are they surpassing the minimum required?
I will let Austin
Okay.
speak to the details, if you like. Would you like him to come up now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Mr. Swords, before you walk away, can I clarify something? Based upon your new site plan with updated parking, I heard you suggest that it would result in a modification of what will be on council's Exhibit E to the project conditions.
Oh.
That specifically is condition 6, which currently states that the project will comply with minimum and maximum parking space required under the UDO. Are you suggesting that we add to that that the project will include, I heard you say approximately 1.25. It's difficult for us to use words like approximately in conditions. Is it putting the applicant in a bind to say 1.25 parking spaces, or would you like to have a higher number?
So I think it's hard to commit to an exact number on something like parking because, the site plan can change a little bit and you lose a parking spot or gain one or whatever.
We would.
A range is okay.
Yeah, we would prefer you to have a ceiling number that you could give us that your applicant could live within, rather than having an approximate figure.
I can discuss that real quick.
Certainly.
I think Brad's decided the new way we should do this is do ceilings instead of minimums.
Okay.
Like, promise you won't have more than.
Well, and remember when you're doing the LIHTC program, they have their own parking requirements.
Well, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, while they're conferring over their developments, that would build way too many parking spaces, more than they need, and that, I've read.
If it's council's preference, we can do it as a minimum. It seemed as if they were asking to
Can
reduce.
we do it as a minimum?
Certainly.
Wait, I thought when's the legislation take effect, October 1 or something?
I think it's already in effect.
Well, then how can we do it?
You can't do the minimums on this. What I suggest is for this particular project obviously has parking for its own financing needs.
Yeah.
But because the applicant is suggesting lowering the amount of parking, We were trying to memorialize that reduction from what they had previously stated.
Still going
Because
lower
in
than
the
the
current condition,
requirement?
it lists the maximum.
Well, what do you say?
So ranges being a little bit tricky, what if we said under 180?
I mean, how many's on the
That's
site
fine.
plan right now?
This one, that one has 201, I believe. The one I just handed you has
So it'll be less than
163.
that. Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, this seems a little more technical, part of it, so,
Do those numbers include handicap?
I believe the total number does include the handicap spots.
okay, do we need is there anything that you weren't able to answer that the applicant needs to be able to answer before I go to public comment? Also, it's 9 o'clock.
There's a question about the tree canopy.
Oh,
Okay.
but you don't know the answer, okay, come on up. I'm just curious if you're meeting it, surpassing it, barely scraping by.
Hey, everybody, thanks for
He
your
said
time today. My name is
Oh.
Austin Greenhalgh. I'm with Seaman Whiteside, civil engineering. So to answer your question, the site's 12.06 acres in total. We are going a little above that 20% open space requirement with our calculations, which would put us at 2.41 acres of open space required. We're at 2.45, but to answer your question about the tree canopy preservation, we're at 15%, which is the minimum.
So you're at the minimum, okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am,
Thank you.
that's correct. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna open the public hearing on this item. I've got 5 people signed up to speak, and each person will have 3 minutes. Please watch the lights on the lectern. The first person signed up to speak is Nancy Kopenbarger. Barger. You're gonna tell us.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Nancy Koppenberger, and I reside at 3844 Sweeten Creek Road, which is directly adjacent to the proposed development at 3862 Sweeten Creek Road. This year, 650 new apartments have been proposed along Sweeten Creek Road. This is a primary corridor in Asheville that is already operating over capacity and is notorious for backups. I was in one as I was coming to this meeting. Widening this road has been talked about for over 20 years, but in 2025, NCDOT shelved the project. Currently, there is no room for emergency vehicles to pass while making a call, making this road dangerous for all who utilize it. Increased traffic on Sweeten Creek is detrimental to public welfare, adding congestion to an already overtaxed roadway. This project is slated to be affordable housing. However, it is proposed in an area with limited existing transit options. It is 0.9 miles to the nearest bus stop on Hendersonville Road, with no safe way to walk there. No sidewalk, no crosswalks, not even a viable shoulder on the side of the road. This is not in keeping in line with the vision of affordable housing that Asheville is striving for. My driveway is directly onto Sweeten Creek Road. Routinely, I have to wait 3, 4, 5 minutes to pull out safely onto the road, especially when turning left across traffic. The proposed development has one point of access, which will cause backups within the development itself. Additionally, the access to Sweeten Creek is within 10 feet of a driveway for the condos on Carrington, which shares with Arden Ridge Health and Rehabilitation, which will cause further congestion and make egress more dangerous and difficult for all involved. While considering your vote on this project, I implore you to contemplate the health and safety of the current residents and all who utilize Sweeten Creek Road. Please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Casey Kopenbarger. Barger. Koppenbarger.
Barger.
Wow.
4 syllables, 3 letters each. Thank you for listening to me tonight. As you heard from my wife, within the 5.4 miles from the Blue Ridge Parkway overpass to the Airport Road intersection on Sweeten Creek Road, we have the highest density of apartments, townhouses, and condos feeding directly onto a 2-lane road in the entire city of Asheville and Norton. For strictly 2-lane roads, Sweeten Creek is the single most densely packed residential corridor in the city of Asheville. As my wife had pointed out to you, if you look at the information when I go on to your little website, tonight's thing, and it shows the information that the proposed subdivision had given you, it said that Sweeten Creek may be widened, but we've been looking at that for 20 years. In February, the state announced that they were defunding and shelving that project because they could not afford it. That means that it'll be a minimum of 10 years before they readdress that. It will not be more affordable in 10 years. The amount of building on Sweeten Creek just makes it impossible to buy people out, in addition to spending millions and millions of dollars on a road. The nearby 2-lane connectors of Mill Gap and Weston Road have a high number of residential homes and developments. They tend to funnel onto Sweeten Creek Road. The developer was saying that, well, it's only 15,000 cars a day, and they might go a different direction. Well, that drive comes out right before the crest of a hill. When people are at Pensacola and Christ School Road over at the Shell station, getting frustrated waiting at that light for people to make left-hand turns and stuff, if on the rare occasions that traffic isn't at a standstill, they speed and they come over that hill. If anybody tried to walk up there to go to the bus stop over on 25, it would be incredibly dangerous. Also, in their information that they supplied to you, they said that this was very similar to the Colony Townhomes Avalon at Sweeten Creek, which is 192 units, Dunbar Place, which is 74 units. We also have Row Pines Village Townhouses, Carrington Place Condominiums, those are 60 units and 36 units respectively. Weston Ridge Apartments, which has 22 units, it's an old place. But the reference to them being very similar is all well and good, until you realize that all of those housing developments are within a 0.2 of a mile span. You can throw a ball from this driveway over to the 192 units at Avalon Place. So this is a very congested and dangerous part of the road.
Sharon Summerall?
Council Mayor, I'm Sharon Summerall with the Coalition Asheville Neighborhoods. And I'm picking this development to talk about the affordability process. And I have knowledge of how the process works, that communities will call me and they'll ask me to explain what's going on with conditional zoning. So when developers go to the TRC during the CZ process, there's generally no mention of AMI percentages at the beginning of the development, unless a project's being funded by an outside source such as Dogwood, and then generally it will state how many units and at what percentage. As the development winds towards going to planning and zoning, then they will attach numbers to the units with the bedrooms. And in my experience, these are hopeful numbers. They're not real numbers. They'll say 60% or 80 or 50%. They're kind of a gimme number when they get to planning and zoning.
I'm sorry, Sharon, can you talk into the microphone?
Talking,
please?
sorry. And then by the time the project gets to council, then there's generally has been some review of the project behind council doors, and then the particulars get hammered out during council meeting with the city attorney supplying the language. I've heard that happen a lot. This way of processing affordability has to stop. Affordability needs to be discussed at the beginning. The amounts designated must be hammered out with the powers that be so that when the development comes to council, everyone knows exactly what the AMIs are and how many years. 20 years is not enough on this project, especially. It costs more to build low-cost housing than to repair existing. So therefore, if new construction is going to focus on low cost, then it must be low cost. 80% is workforce. For most of us, that is not low cost. And I find the term low cost is used as a gimme to get a development to go through. So everyone should know that the project hits council and the debate then can be transparent within the community and the neighbors. Now I know with funding, with especially NCHA funding, that it got to know ahead of time. But the percentages have got to be, when we hear 80% low cost, that is mostly not low cost. We need to call it workforce and not low cost, even though it may not be standard. So what I'm here to say is that I'm watching a lot of these that are going on, as mentioned, on Sweeten Creek, Swananoa. All these apartments are going on, and the word is low cost, when we should be using the correct terminologies. Workforce, then we know it's 80% low cost, at 50%, 40% are truly low cost. I'd like us to see us change the process and the language of how we go about our quantifying what is low cost. So thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Kovash.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Carolyn Kovash. I live at 14 Holiday Drive in the Royal Pines Townhome community. Our community is located immediately downstream of the proposed development on the other side of Sweeten Creek. I'm not here tonight because I oppose housing. I'm here because I believe growth should be matched by infrastructure that can safely support it. Over the past several years, I, along with members of our community, have been documenting stormwater conditions in the natural drainage corridor below this property, some of which took place during Tropical Depression Fred, Hurricane Helene, and other notable storm events. I shared those photographs and videos with all of you prior to this meeting because they show the conditions that already exist today, not conditions we fear might happen in the future. As an Asheville/Arden resident and homeowner, I don't have the expertise to determine whether this development can be safely accommodated. That's your responsibility, informed by your staff and the evidence before you. But I do know what I've observed, and I believe those observations deserve careful consideration. When I spoke before Planning and Zoning Commission, I raised concerns about stormwater, traffic, and the cumulative impact of continued development along Sweeten Creek. What gave me hope was those concerns did not end with public comment. They became part of the Commission's own discussion. These comments should matter to you. Commissioner Faircloth lives in Royal Pines area and said he reached his tipping point with continued development along Sweeten Creek corridor. He made it clear he supports affordable housing, but believes the existing transportation infrastructure has reached its limits. He voted against recommending approval. Commissioner Sekel addressed concerns over stormwater design and stated that he'd like to see projects designed to a 100-year storm standard, noting that the 100-year storm is no longer what we once thought it was. He also expressed concern about whether runoff from portions of the site would effectively reach the proposed stormwater system. It begs the question of whether this proposal at this scale is the right fit for this particular site. The notice mailed to nearby property owners from the City of Asheville states that City Council has the authority to approve a less intensive zoning classification or a smaller portion of the property than requested. That tells me this decision is not simply a yes or no. You have the ability and the responsibility to determine whether the scale of this proposal appropriately reflects the realities of the site and how it will impact its neighbors. I respectfully ask that before approving this rezoning as presented, you consider whether the existing drainage characteristics, the cumulative transportation challenges, and the questions raised during the planning and zoning hearing had been fully resolved. Thank you so much for your time.
Vanda Fredericks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Vanda Fredericks,
and I am a neighbor to Nancy and Casey. I've been here, this is my 5th year in Asheville, and I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of development, and I have a question for you. Does it always have to be on Sweeten Creek Road? This proposed development will drastically increase vehicle trips on Sweeten Creek Road, which is already a heavily congested corridor. Our streets currently lack the pedestrian infrastructure, such as sidewalk and safe crosswalks, needed to handle the surge in daily traffic. Adding 130 apartments, I really want to know how you guys gonna get those 162.5 cars out of the bottleneck at 8 o'clock in the morning. When we stay in our driveway up to 5 minutes just to make a right turn, I'm not even talking about left turn. It's just impossible to get out of our driveway as it is. There must be more appropriate areas with easier access, lesser traffic, better stormwater runoff, also, and primarily taking into consideration the complete loss of wildlife this project would bring. Furthermore, this project threatens a vital piece of Asheville natural environment. The proposed site is currently a natural corridor that supports native flora and fauna. This area has seen long-eared bats, red-cockered woodpeckers, salamanders, and of course bears. Not all of these are protected, but some are. Developing it at this density will destroy established wildlife habitats, displace local species, and reduce our urban tree canopy. We must balance our city's growth with responsible environmental stewardship. We are not fundamentally opposed to housing and development in Asheville, but it must be done reasonably and responsibly. The specific proposal is simply too dense for our neighborhood's infrastructure to handle. I urge you to vote no on this proposal or require the developer significantly scale back the project to protect our roads and wildlife. Considering all these challenges, I decided to start a petition with support of my daughter, who is an environmental engineer. And I currently can tell you that as of 5 minutes ago, I checked, we have 460 signatures opposing this development. So please take that into consideration. And don't shut those 460 people down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, questions, comments? I'm closing the public hearing. We don't have anyone else signed up to speak under this item.
I have a question for staff about LIHTC. If I remember right, we have a limit to the number of LIHTC projects that will be approved this year. And so what happens to this project if it doesn't?
Awarded. You mean awarded by the LIHTC agency, yeah. We asked for 2 awards this year, but we typically get 1. Oh, that's 9%, I'm sorry. 4% for a rolling application. You can do many. They're 4%, I apologize.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that we're not gonna see a funding problem with that later. I've been consistent in voting for Sweeten Creek Road improvements for so long, and I voted against some housing on this corridor because it's at a tipping point. And I knew that housing like this would come and it would preserve tree canopy and it would be affordable for our workforce. Thank you, Sharon. And that it would be hard to say yes because we haven't invested in the roads. And that was a decision that the state maintained roads for the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Yeah, I have the same infrastructure concerns that I always have for Sweeten Creek Road. But I also know that we need this housing. It does always seem to fall on South Asheville, and that's a problem for us.
Councilwoman Roney and I sit on the MPO together, and I think we've had this discussion at another housing review not too many months ago about how is this going to get fixed? Because the gentleman that spoke in the public comment is accurate. You know, the financing model for the state is really in 10-year swaths, so it is going to be a long time. And you know, there's a philosophical question of what happens? Do we stop all housing because the state isn't funding it, or do we put enough housing that eventually the state has to fund it? And it's chicken and egg. It's really hard to know. I did want to share, just kind of like zooming way out, I was thinking about these developments in South Asheville that have happened, and generally the bigger ones across the city. And I think we're honing in on a better process. We must be, because we used to really upset everyone about tree canopy, and we worked so hard on the tree canopy protection ordinance, and now we're not hearing that concern, so we're getting there. We're focusing in on more affordable housing, so we're getting there. I don't know that we can ever fix traffic. I mean, I think we'd all love to fix traffic, but our hands are kind of tied. We don't have a budget to widen the road. I mean, DOT doesn't have a budget to widen the road. So it's tough, and we meanwhile need thousands of units, and I feel pretty strongly that we need affordable units. So, you know, the 5 of you that spoke in the area, I empathize, and I don't know that there's much we can do about the traffic.
Sort of sounded like a motion, but there's,
Yeah, there are others that want to speak. Go
Oh.
ahead.
okay, we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I can try and get to it.
Council, I just sent you actually an amended motion,
Oh,
which includes the updated condition.
you made it confusing, Brian. Updated condition about the parking maximum thing. It is also not in my,
I make a motion to approve the conditional zoning request
Thank you.
for the property located at 3862 Sweeten Creek Road from residential multifamily high density to residential expansion, conditional zone, RSEXP-CZ. I don't have to say that, do I?
you're good.
And amending condition 6 on Exhibit E to read as follows. The project will comply with parking space requirements of Section 7-11-2 of the UDO, but still have no more than 180 total spaces. And finding that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, in that the request, number one, prioritizes greater density of development overall throughout the city as appropriate, and number two, increases the supply of housing, including affordable housing in proximity of schools, transit, and parks.
I'll second.
I have one more question. I hope it doesn't. So, Jesse, is it possible, like, for the affordability of the 20 years, would it change your LIHTC application so much to make it 30 years? Is that possible? Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon. Robert Sussums here with Atlantic Housing Foundation. So we're a nonprofit, so all of our projects maintain affordability through the duration of our ownership, and typically it's 40 years or more, and we typically don't sell. We're long-term holders in the community as well, so once the project gets to the point that it needs to get rehab, we rehab it, and we believe in the communities that we develop, so.
Well, hey.
So minimum 20 years, but
Yeah.
more than likely more
Yeah,
than that.
40 plus.
That's your
Yeah.
business model.
Yes,
you're saying.
correct.
That's wonderful. And state the name of your
Atlantic Housing Foundation?
Atlanta Housing Foundation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you
And
say
thank you for doing
Atlanta or Atlantic?
Atlantic.
Oh, Atlantic.
Yeah, Atlantic.
Thank
The
you. I'm glad
ocean,
you
not
clarified.
the city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
Okay.
helpful. I'm glad you asked that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes 6-0.
Or South Asheville, though. I don't know how.
Okay, next we have a public hearing to rezone 3 South Tunnel Road from urban place to regional business, and Padilla is making his reappearance to present this
We could have
item.
used you earlier, Vidila.
Good evening, council members and members of the public. Wait a second here.
Yeah.
This is a straight rezoning request for the Asheville Mall. To remind you, straight rezoning does not come with conditions, so the applicant is coming to us and asking us for a blanket rezoning. We have no idea what is in store for their plans. This first image is the aerial of the site. Outlined in yellow is the property. It's 40 acres immediately off of South Tunnel Road. And you can see it's strangely shaped because it's part of the Asheville Mall mixed in with other properties. This is the view from the street. I'll read off some of these statistics. The parcel size is 40 acres. It is a one-story mall. It's been in place since the 70s, and it's valued at over $90 million. You can see here that there's a large parking lot. In the image here in the screen, you can see that that parking lot is big. It's about 4 acres just in the front there, and I'll talk about that in a little while. This image shows the existing zoning on the left, urban place, and the proposed zoning, regional business, which would be a reversion to previous zoning that we had before we implemented the urban place initiative that was a part of the rollout of the comprehensive plan. So today it's urban place and they want to revert it. So they're asking for a more permissive zoning for this district. Again, we don't know what they're looking for, but they want less regulation, less restriction. This is an image of the future land use map, which is the directive from the comprehensive plan that identifies how we want to grow. So in the red, what you see is what we call town center in the future land use map. And I'll just read some of the description. It's described as areas that are able to support strong growth as Asheville's population continues to increase in the future. These areas include commercial areas with large surface parking fields, such as Asheville Mall and the Asheville outlets. In these areas, residential uses are currently not common, but should be a focus of future redevelopment. So when we implemented the Urban Place Forum District, we embedded rules that effectively require residential over a certain size, and we incentivize affordable housing as part of that regulation. This came to the Planning and Zoning Commission last month, and they voted to disapprove of the recommendation and aligned with staff's recommendation to not approve it. I'll quickly summarize some differences between Urban Place District and regional business. And on the right hand, you see some examples of what is not permitted in Urban Place. Let me start with those examples first. You see gasoline sales, car washes. I'm calling out these smaller sites because this could be something that the applicant may be wanting to build on the front of their 4-acre open parking field. We don't know because they haven't submitted those, their intentions, but it could be something like this. Ultimately, Urban Place Forum District requires more regulation to ensure that we have designs that align with the comprehensive plan for better walkability, having a design that makes more trees and safer design for pedestrians. I can get into more details if you want to, but it's very late, so I'll leave that if it's a question for you later. Some pros and cons. The only pro that we could list here is it could be argued that any rezoning that could lead to reinvestment is good for the city. And this logic is building anything is better than building nothing, right? So we'll give them that. Cons are that it does not align with our comprehensive plan and related issues, that it does not provide the mixed-use development that we're looking for bringing more of the growth that is coming to Asheville. We don't want it all to come to Sweeten Creek. We want some of it to come to other places in the city. And con is more of the same development. If we revert back to regional business, likely what we're going to get is more car-oriented development, not the transit-supported stuff that we're looking for. And so that's a transition here to the compatibility analysis. The comp plan and this zoning that's in place is about transit-supported development. We talked a lot about ridership tonight. We have to get our ridership right, and we have to get our land uses right. They are not working alone. And a big part of that is for us to create regulations like we've done here and sticking with them. This isn't to say that there aren't some things here that can change and can be made better. And we're actually we just are working to hire consultants to help us rewrite the UDO. So if there are problems, and we've heard this from the applicant, with the zoning, we can adjust those with our upcoming revision of the Unified Development Ordinance. Briefly, this is a nice image that gets at what the intention is of the Urban Place District. We're going from what is effectively today, this is like an image of the site today, single-story, mostly parking lot, to zoning regulations that try to force those drive aisles within the parking area to become streets, to put in curbs so you can walk around. And this allows for a lot of development as well. It just takes more creative design. So in sum, I'll just say that tonight you're being asked by an out-of-area landlord with a $90 million property to grant rezoning to a less restrictive district that allows uses that conflict with our long-range plan for this area. And frankly, we cannot evaluate the full risk because the applicant has chosen not to share their actual intentions, which they don't have to as part of a straight rezoning. And without transparency, we cannot ensure accountability. So for these reasons, we strongly recommend denial. I'll take any questions if you have them.
So, just interesting, the table that you made, and so I guess technically they could put a gas station or a car wash there, but also they could
If it's rezoned.
Right, but also they could make multifamily housing there as well. They could do mixed development there still, correct?
Under today's regulations, they can do mixed-use development. Under
But-
today's regulations, they cannot put in a gasoline station or a
Right.
car wash.
But what I'm saying is that if we change the zoning, they'd still be able to do mixed-use development, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Something you said really struck me. You said Urban Place was made to, I think these are your exact words, incentivize increasing affordable housing. And I know this has been in place, I don't know, 5-6 years. What projects are in
Longer
Urban
than that,
Place?
I think. How
6
long
years.
is
21, maybe?
When did
2021.
the rezone?
2021,
Yeah.
we did 120 acres. In 2022, we rezoned another
So
120.
which projects actually, has that incentivized? So where are the affordable housing
None.
projects?
None. I don't think
in
we've had
Urban
any.
We haven't had any, have we?
We
There
haven't
was
had any, and
So-
large
One around
projects
me.
many times take a very long time, so
So I'm a little confused
none
at the
yet.
incentivize increasing affordable housing.
the way that the regulation is written to incentivize affordable housing is that you're allowed to build a certain amount of commercial square footage, and after that, you can only build more based on the amount of housing that you build.
Yeah,
If you build
okay.
1 unit of market rate housing, you get 1,000 square feet of extra commercial space. If you build one affordable housing, you get more commercial space.
So there seems to be just a disconnect between the spirit of the ordinance or of the zoning and the actual impact or effect that is happening. Because you're saying that there actually hasn't been any.
Well, there hasn't been much
Before.
time, but.
Correct, there
There hasn't
hasn't,
been
there
much
Well, I
haven't
think there
been
was
any.
one that came around, but then Helene hit, right? Like there was something on Thompson Street, it came up in the agenda briefing. So, I'm sorry,
Well,
one
I'm-
project did.
I mean, incentivize increasing I'm thinking, we're pumping these out in Urban Place all over the place, but it
No,
doesn't.
no, we
No, we
haven't
hit a
had
lawsuit right away.
any mixed-use developments in urban place. There aren't actually that many districts, but we haven't had any yet.
Well,
and what's the
You will
reason?
hear that there are some complaints about the zoning maybe being too restrictive in some places, and we're open to and understand that all of our zoning districts have some issues that can be worked on.
To-
And in fact, we are.
But to clarify this, so we did have a lawsuit brought by Ingalls, because primarily their properties were the subject. And maybe Brad can speak to this, because the result of that lawsuit is that Ingalls is not subject to this zoning restriction. So what properties remain in the city of Asheville that are subject to it?
Is
There's
that
three
legal
three
to have-
areas. There's still
Do you
three.
know where the spots are that are left?
No, planning staff can probably speak to some of that better than I could. The lawsuit that you talked about did involve several different landowners. I think there were maybe 3 different landowners or 4 at the time that owned some of the properties, but not all of the properties that had been rezoned urban place. And we resulted in a resolution to that preserved urban place, but also allowed for an alternative zoning for a temporary period of time. I'm not sure exactly where all the remaining properties were that were not associated with that lawsuit, but maybe planning can speak to that more than I can.
On this image, it's just one property primarily here, the Sears site that was part of that lawsuit and settlement. So of what you see here on the left, that's Urban Place, there is, well, it's a couple parcels, and I think the applicant will show this, that are not part, that they're still zoned Urban Place, but they're not required to be held to the Urban Place standards. They can choose whether they want Urban Place or the previous zoning district. for a
And where
period of
else in
years.
the city do we have any?
The other properties are just south of here on Bleachtree Boulevard, the Walmart, and a couple others there. North Asheville, Ingalls, and I think it's Steinmart, and a couple of properties around there.
But that wouldn't be, they get to pick.
Right. Ingalls and Steinmont.
Correct. They're not required to comply with Urban Place.
So I'm
So
noticing
just
a
walk.
pattern here, that the places that do have this are actually some of the places that we're dealing with no activation, that are just sitting there,
They had been for a long time, in
and they
all
have been for a long
fairness.
time, and I don't think that
This
is
was a
our
response to
vision.
that. This was a response to
But
some of the
I guess-
vacancy. We had the Kmart Plaza in West Asheville sitting vacant,
But
boarded
that
up.
was never urban place.
It was, and then it was withheld.
No, remember they came? and we
Yes, that's what we're
decided
talking
not
about.
to
That
do it.
night, when we voted, Ingalls stripped that property and this one in the
Well,
corner.
they didn't strip it.
From-
We
it was
didn't vote
excluded.
for it.
It was excluded from the urban place. But when we started, urban place was supposed to be at West Asheville Kmart. It was supposed to be at the Asheville Mall. The one you just mentioned down on Beatree, there was one more, Steinmart. So that were the 4, and then we removed the West Asheville. We partially removed some of this one. So we're at 2.5 of the 4. But the point I was trying to make is that they were vacant and struggling before, which is why we became innovative. And I guess what I'm confused, and I asked at the agenda briefing, is what are we running up against? When these developers come, because it sounds like only one made a formal application, but I know 2 were in the wings. What are they running up against that needs to be fixed in the urban place zoning as opposed to just like scrapping it all is more
Yeah.
my issue. And then I learned from our attorney that, like, so normally when these things come to us, it's more of a conditional zoning. And we'll see like pictures and elevations and things like Sharon said about AMI. And you get, what's going to be built there. We're talking about straight zoning. And apparently you cannot do a conditional zoning in this agreed upon master planned urban place zoning. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, this was actually brought to our attention simply because of this particular application. There is a provision, a couple of provisions, in fact, in our UDO. Number 1 that says that urban place requires you to have a master plan over a certain size, which is going to be all the urban place. And there is a separate provision in your UDO that says that any site requiring a master plan is not available for a conditional zoning.
But we could change that, right?
So we've been in discussions, I think, with the planning department about where that came from. It precedes, I think, all of our knowledge. We're not exactly
Oh,
sure
wow.
where that actually came from or why it was ever included. So I believe planning has already instituted the process to bring forth a text amendment to remove that requirement, the result of which would allow urban place to go through a season.
And for council, that process of a text amendment to an ordinance, isn't that like a double hit? You got to hear it, wait, vote again later? Hear it twice? I'm just wondering, if we were to take that move,
no.
what does the impact of this project? Is it a month's delay?
Council could make that change fairly quickly. It would only require a vote at the same hearing. It would require, since it is a legislative development decision, it would require a trip through planning and zoning.
Right, and then, of course, the applicant would have to want to do a conditional zoning and do that process.
Exactly. I was going to say at the Planning and Zoning Commission, when this issue came up, the applicant was making the case that this error exists, and at the same time, they made the case that they don't want to pursue a conditional rezoning. So there's that issue. I'd like to just address Commissioner Hess's important issue, which was the concern that is it the case that urban place is inhibiting development from happening? I think that's what your point was. And it's very hard to know because there's so many factors involved. We have had developers come to us and look at certain sites, and we've had design meetings with them for these sites. So there's been some interest, but they haven't moved forward. And we will acknowledge that there are some things we could do to clean them up, and we are going to do that as part of our complete UDO rewrite. I would suggest that the best time to do that would be as part of that rewrite, not to give a current applicant carte blanche to do whatever they want to do without seeing a development plan. Because you're giving away a lot of opportunity here in a crucial node that is identified in the plan, that was developed by the citizenry for intense mixed-use development. And it's on a transit corridor. So it might not be the best place to allow this reversion to regional business where you might end up getting a car wash.
So you're saying delay for the 2 years until we do the UDO rewrite? I mean, I guess if you're acknowledging that there's some things that we need to adjust here, to me, that means that we need to look at this and adjust it. I don't think we need to wait two more years for nothing to be put here.
Yeah. Well,
especially when multifamily and many of these things that we want could be and are available uses for that space.
For sure, and I would suggest
There's something holding back.
Are you at
holding
all
people
worried
back.
about it
If-
creating another like Patton Avenue at all? Like that's what I see when I see these
Tunnel
drive-throughs.
I
Road
mean,
is
Tunnel
already-
Road, I mean,
But no, I
Tunnel
see
Road.
drive-throughs. Tunnel Road isn't drive-throughs and car
It's
washes
not.
all entirely. It
Like
is also
mom and
commercial.
pop
It's not
stores
Patton
everywhere.
Avenue. Patton Avenue is very distinctly car wash, car wash, car wash, car wash. There's no housing, there's no, it's very struggle, it's, yeah. I just wonder if, I
across
mean,
from a car wash on Patton Avenue. If there was an opportunity to build something else, and it's a car wash across from a car wash. So interestingly, I went to the mall on Friday night because I wanted to know what does our mall look like on the weekend, and it was bopping.
Yeah.
There were so many people.
I gotta get my
There were
hair
so
done.
many cars. There were so many local businesses who had moved into the affordable rental spaces in the mall. And I was like, oh, it's not all chain stores anymore? Because I don't go to the mall very often. But on Friday night, it was very heavily utilized. And I was imagining, because there was an option to have housing at this location before my time on council. And I was like, maybe that was a mistake to not have housing here. So many malls across the country are realizing that they're the right spot for housing. There's already a food court. Usually there's transportation options nearby. It's a place where people can age in place. So it does seem to me a down zone. If we just allow, that was hard for a short period of time, but we let our long-term visioning go by, then it'll be drive-throughs and it'll block the thing that we really need. And maybe we're just so close. But maybe the UDO is the right time to take this up and say, like, are we getting in our own way? It seems like giving up a leaderful vision for a short-term gain if we go in that direction. That's why I won't be supporting it tonight.
I'm kind of curious if,
Do you want Adela to sit down? We do have.
well, it was going to be a question for Padilla,
Okay,
actually.
okay,
So,
never mind.
because I'm kind of wondering, like, abstractly, if, let's say we did, anything that's built here that's going to be substantial, over 50 housing units, right, is going to require coming to council. Anything over 100,000 square feet is going to require coming to council. This is all very large. It's probably going to come to council, whatever the design is, right? Or are we just,
If it
it's not a
meets those
cheap
thresholds.
Yeah.
If
or it's going to be much smaller, which is what I'm getting at, because I want it to be bigger.
Right, well, I think if this is granted, you're allowing this developer to do a lot of other things that they couldn't do today. They can today put in housing, so whether that's coming, we just don't know.
Yeah. Thank you.
what you need to do.
Are y'all ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Happy to sit back down for a moment.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, back up here again, my name is Jesse Swords, land use attorney with Allen, Stall, and Kilbourne, and we're representing the Asheville Mall. I'm here by myself tonight. Our client representative has a 2-week-old at home and has opted to skip this hearing, which I think is a very good excuse for that.
That's okay.
Want to respond to a couple things, right off the bat. You could do multiple drive-throughs on this site by right under the existing zoning right now. We want better than that. So we're asking for more flexibility. Addressing that because I hear that as a worry that comes up again and again. So let me start at the beginning. Asheville Mall property was previously zoned regional business. The Urban Place Form District came in 2021, and at this point in 2026, most of the Urban Place land no longer has to comply with Urban Place zoning due to a settlement agreement with the city. Those properties can choose Urban Place or their previous zoning designation. I think in some cases they're even exempted from level 3 development. And the owner of most of that land has still not done anything with it. The Asheville Mall actually wants to invest in activating what is currently an unbroken sea of asphalt surrounding the mall, and to redevelop and adapt the mall in other ways, but they're subject to Urban Place, which is unworkable. I'll get into it. We just need to give them a zoning code they can work with. So again, the mall was zoned regional business. We're asking to go back to regional business. This slide shows the zoning before it was rezoned. And our request is not entirely inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. This land was regional business. There's a large amount of regional business and highway business. Those two districts are near twins. They are 97% the same on the table of permitted uses. Lots of highway business and regional business along the Tunnel Road corridor. And those designations do make sense given the comprehensive plan future land use designation of urban corridor. This slide shows the regional business and highway business that exists. The red is HB and RB, and the blue is Urban Place. In any case, the comprehensive plan is a guide. It's the homework that goes into setting policies. City Council decides the actual policies. And if we want land that is already developed to get closer to the city's land use goals, we need to allow it to redevelop. The mall site was developed mostly decades ago with decades-old development standards. We are talking about a sea of unbroken asphalt. And under Urban Place, nothing will be redeveloped because, again, it is unworkable. The problems go deep. The extreme housing requirement that we've had 3 different groups come through our law firm trying to make an Urban Place development work. None of them could make it pencil. The block structure, which I'll talk more about in just a moment, is impossible on many sites, including the Asheville Mall. And the project-specific conditions method, and that's kind of inherent to Urban Place, is legally flawed. And finally, the devil is in the details, and there are a lot of details in Urban Place. It is a very long form code. All right, so moving on. Back in 2021, Gerald Green, who you may know, spoke to council. And the quote is up here. I won't read the whole thing, but the gist of it is Urban Place is too drastic. It ignores market forces, site constraints, and other impacts, and it will stifle development and not promote it.
Former planning director.
In the case of the Asheville Mall, one of the constraints is how it's owned. This is the mall site. The Asheville Mall property, our client's property, is the light blue. Then we have red, yellow, green, purple, and the gray cloud hanging over all of it. These are other property owners. And try to bear with me. One of the signature features of urban place is that development projects on larger sites are required to put a block grid into place. This is impossible on the mall site unless all the property owners happen to want to develop at the same time. Staff showed this drawing at Planning and Zoning Commission with an example of the block grid. It looks nice, but it illustrates the problem. The roads cut through the existing building where it's not even owned by our client. And by the way, our applications for the Asheville Mall property, the other owners weren't interested. They're not planning on doing anything. So what I take away from that. And as we heard mentioned, UDO says we can't use conditional zoning to fix these problems, even if we wanted to. And I'll just briefly mention, CZ is not the solution to every problem. It comes with its own problems. Let's see, I do want to go back to this block grid for a second because it illustrates, to realize urban place, among other obstacles, the mall would basically have to be torn down and we'd have to start from scratch. That is not being considered.
Wait, say that again?
Yeah.
To realize urban place in this block grid structure, what would likely have to happen is the whole mall be teared down and we start from scratch.
Let's talk about that.
Likely, or
$10 million? 20 million? How much to tear down the mall?
I don't know, but it would also, again, require basically everyone to coordinate all of these different owners.
Okay.
And as Councilwoman Roney just mentioned, the mall is bustling, it is productive, nobody's talking about tearing it down. Keeping urban place would mean nothing is redeveloped, and this area would continue to decline and decay. And I know y'all have been out to Tunnel Road. I personally do not want to see Tunnel Road beyond Thunderdome before we realize the vision of urban place. We need redevelopment to bring the city closer to its land use goals. Also, back in 2021, Wyatt Stevens pointed out that redeveloping these decades-old properties with just the current UDO standards then would represent a massive improvement. And I have a simple, very visible example. This is an image from GIS. It's from 2006. This is showing kind of the front parking lot of the Asheville Mall and what is now Whole Foods. This is a sea of mostly unbroken asphalt. I don't know when exactly these were initially developed. I think the mall dates back to the 70s, maybe. But they were developed in compliance with some very old standards. This image is from 2010. The Barnes & Noble at the mall was redeveloped. According to, it was zoned regional business at the time. And it triggered new UDO standards that were in effect at the time, like parking lot islands and landscaping. And of course, there are other improvements like stormwater, which are not visible. And then this picture is from 2024. This shows the Whole Foods redevelopment, I think happened around 2013. Again, it triggered new UDO standards. Again, it was I think it was regional business. It could have been highway business at the time. And you see the parking lot islands, the landscaping, pedestrian accommodations, and note how nicely the trees and the Barnes & Noble parking lot have grown in the meantime. So this is a straight rezoning request. We're not talking about a specific project. My client wants to activate the sea of largely unused parking outside the mall. Housing is also a goal our client has for this site. Now, required housing is one of the main features of urban place, but to be clear, a vote in favor of our rezoning request tonight is not a vote to give up on housing at this site. We are much more likely to see housing at this site under regional business because we will not see anything under urban place. We also think the site can realistically support more housing under regional business than it could under urban place. And finally, we all know that Tunnel Road is having some difficult issues. We all know the causes are complex and they're difficult to address. Well, we think revitalized development and adding new programming is likely to help rather than hurt. And here we have an existing property owner who is asking to be rezoned back to the previous zoning so they can invest in their property, which has the added benefit of providing new positive programming along this corridor. Isn't that something we want sooner rather than later? Why would we wait? We don't want to wait for the UDO rewrite. We don't know what's going to happen with that. Anyway, I'm happy to answer questions.
I do have a question of clarity there. You made the claim that we could see more housing under the zoning that's being requested. And I did notice in the slide the height that's allowed as used by right. But what would make you think that there would be more housing under the zoning that's being requested?
Well, for one thing, to build anything larger under urban place, you would have to do that block grid that has the challenges that I explained. So it would likely have to be something much smaller that wouldn't trigger the block grid thing. And with RB, we do have a higher, height limit and better ability to fit, those buildings onto the site as it exists with its challenges and its, ownership and, site constraints.
It's hard to imagine that 40 acres and all that parking just can't somehow become housing under a more agreeable place. I mean, I understand that the applicant is saying we're likely to do housing, but I'm unlikely to feel confidence in that because I know the market and the conditions and the cost of things, and it's all escalating. And I lose my confidence, and that's why we work so hard on zonings. This is why we work so hard in conditional zonings. It's why we sit here, really, because if we didn't want certain outcomes, we wouldn't have this process at all. And I'm really concerned about what I do feel like is downzoning this. And I want your applicant and your project that you think may happen to occur. But for me, the best avenue personally sounds like alleviating this CZ and urban place zoning to allow it to go through a process whereby the community and us get a full view of what might be developed there, what the plan is, if there's any affordable housing, if it's a sea of parking, if it's a bunch of commercial, if it's a car wash, because it's such a pivotal intersection. It's such a pivotal parcel. And if you can't accomplish all those things on 40 acres at the mall, I don't know where else in the city we will.
You can see where you're coming from. We're asking for a more flexible zoning. It's certainly not a down zoning.
Well, it's just that you can't in this process guarantee that those things will be created. So it's not like it's nothing personal. It's just this process doesn't give us a document that says housing and commercial space will be built there.
And it is tempting to want I'm sorry.
If we keep it the same, can we guarantee that that will be created?
No, I don't think so. I think the mall may continue to suffer, and that what I said in the agenda briefing is the one reason I have some hesitation, because normally I would just be 100% where I'm at, is that you're right about Tunnel Road. You're right that Tunnel Road is going through some challenges, and I think activation is the answer. But I'm not sure that a car wash or a drive-through is the activation I'm thinking about. And again, you can't promise me it'll be more.
And it's tempting to want everything to be conditional rezoning because,
That's
change is scary
problematic.
and uncertainty
Yeah.
is scary and we want to know these things. But everything can't be conditional rezoning. It comes with its own problems. And, it was repeated a couple of times that we don't want to give somebody carte blanche. Well, it's not carte blanche. It's the UDO standards, It's, the standards of that zoning district and everything else that is generally applicable, such as parking lot landscaping, stormwater, everything.
Are we ready for a motion? Because I have one.
We have to do public.
We have one person signed up for, ready for that? We have one person signed up under this item, and that is Dave Nutter.
I am Dave Nutter, council. The Asheville Mall is part of us. It is now 54 years old. I have walked, observed, and shopped in it for 17 years. Its first anchor, Sears, is long gone. JCPenney's, also long vacant, has now been purchased by Buncombe County for an emergency operations center. The mall has served many, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, like any good democracy. It is now like an aging man. In the tower, sailing to Byzantium, the great poet William Butler Yeats wrote, "An aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul clap its hands and sing, and louder sing for every tatter in its mortal dress." The mall still offers quite a bit, but is deteriorating almost contagiously. Something needs to be done before it deteriorates further. The pragmatic problem is that nothing is happening except for an agonizing persistence of deterioration of uses. Asheville has always tried to do something. We should hear. Conditional zoning is needed. The expertise of a competent developer is needed. Private redevelopment is needed for strategic assemblage. Please approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now that, I will close the public hearing. We're ready for a motion.
I move to deny the rezoning request for the property located at 3 South Tunnel Road from Urban Place Form District to Regional Business, and find the request is unreasonable, is not in the public interest, is not consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and does not meet the development needs of the community. And that the request, 1, proposes a zoning district that differs from the vision outlined in the city's comprehensive plan, and 2, does not fully reflect the community's goal of transitioning this key growth area into a more walkable, transit-friendly neighborhood with a mix of housing and business.
So fast. Second.
You got that, Maggie? We have a motion to deny. We have a second. Okay, council, are you ready to vote on this? Everybody ready?
And a yes is a denial, a no is
Yes,
a...
yeah, yes is a denial. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Hold on.
Okay.
You're gonna need some...
Hey Maggie, that's about to go. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, do we have another motion?
So is it a tie?
No.
I'm sorry, 4-2.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, 2-4, the
2 to
motion
4
fails.
Oh.
The motion
Right.
fails.
So
I hate
then
those
I
negative ones.
moved to approve the rezoning request for the property located at 3 South Tunnel Road from Urban Place Form District to Regional Business, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, in that the request, 1, proposes a zoning district congruent to the vision outlined in the city's comprehensive plan, and fully reflects the community's goals of transitioning this key area into a more walkable, transit-friendly neighborhood with a mix of housing and businesses.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will just say, I think we made a good effort to try to work with this zoning classification. We did see an application once long ago come forward that proposed mixed use for the Sears end, and then that failed to go, and then Ingalls ended up buying Sears. So, and I know the county is now buying JCPenney to move emergency operations into that building. So, I guess when I look around the country at places where malls have been converted into some pretty robust mixed uses, including retail, housing, and other uses done in a much more urban style, they're large cities with high costs of housing where they attract multi-million-dollar investors. And I don't know that we can expect that kind of partner in our community in the next, 10, 20, 30 years. And in the meantime, we do have this, we have an issue on Tunnel Road that requires us to do what we can to try to activate it. In fact, we just heard today that a Sheetz gas station by the Mountaineer Inn. You know, and we've had so many complaints about the Mountaineer Inn and what a blight it is on that area. I even had folks today who are supportive of affordable housing in that area come and say, just, that would be great. We need some way to activate the spaces so that they're safer and more active. This is not I do not personally care for this type of development myself, but I'm very frustrated to see that we're not able to, you know, see any successful applications come forward under this aspirational zoning. Hopefully we have other opportunities, so. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, so you got that, that was a 4-2, the motion passes. Okay, we have the next item on our agenda. Or they don't like what
I think it was at your,
Mayor.
district for 30 years.
Are you sorry? Can you say it again? Oh, Steph Monson Dahl.
Are you trying to leave, Steph?
Or-
We're gonna need you to come back here, ma'am. We're gonna need you to come back here.
Steph, we're so sorry. We just wanted to formally acknowledge your, you're not calling it a retirement, it's called a rewirement.
I like that.
Rewirement.
This is
I need a
You're
rewire.
gonna see me in the community, and thank you so much, council, mayor, and council, for everything that you have done in my 21-year tenure here.
Yay.
You are amazing humans that give your life every day to this community. So honored to have worked alongside you and so many other council persons, and just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whoa,
Keep
doing the work.
you
You'll
can't
see
just
me-
walk
you'll see me
away.
out here.
You can't just walk away. I don't know if people really fully understand the extent of the impact on the River Arts District that this woman right here had. Now, there are times that we made it through Helene on the River Arts District that are literally like those paths and those, everything that was salvaged is because of the plans that you were behind. You personally led that project. It was an enormous project. It was how I met you on one of those bus tours, giving a very exuberant, excited tour about what was going to happen. And I was so inspired by you, and I appreciate everything you have done for the city. You have done an amazing, lasting impact that millions of people are going to use forever. And I so appreciate your dedication to the city for so long.
Very well
And I
put,
admire
Sam.
you
Very well
so
put.
much.
Yeah.
I
That's
wish you
awesome.
best in
Okay,
your
thank you.
rewirement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steph.
Steph. All right. Okay, so for people who are waiting patiently or not very patiently to participate in the general public comment, which comes at the end of the council meeting, we have 2 more items, I'm sorry, under new business. Blame the tornado. But we have 2 items of new business, and we've got folks signed up for public comment under these items, and then we will finally get to general public comment. So if you're signed up for general public comment at the end of this meeting, it could be another half hour. I don't know, I'm totally guessing. Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot of, so if that's not gonna work for you, we do meet again at the end of August. So, okay, all right, I just want to set expectations. All right, Sasha Vertinsky is here to take us through this next important project, a resolution approving a home repair policy and allocate $3 million of the 2024 Affordable Housing Bond Funds for the home repair program. Take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And I don't have anything interesting or quips to say, so I will say that I hired Stephanie Dahl.
She got to sneak away without you.
2005. Yes, so I'm here to talk about home repair policy and potential allocation. A few key takeaways. First, we've been working on this since December of last year. We created this policy with an eye towards simplicity and flexibility. Home repair is one of the anti-displacement strategies outlined in the Affordable Housing Plan and is also a part of the Anti-Displacement Affordable Housing Project, which you'll hear more about in a minute.
AHAC made their recommendations at their May 14th meeting, and we're recommending adoption of this policy and an allocation of $3 million out of the 2024 bond funds. Really quickly, just a little bit of background. I've already talked a little bit about the anti-displacement piece of this. Right after Tropical Storm Helene, this council allocated $1.465 million of returned bond funds quickly towards storm-related home repairs. Out of those funds, 52 households were served. 40% of those households were at or below 30% AMI. 40% of the households were between 31 and 50% AMI, and the remaining 20% were between 51 and 80% AMI. And then AHAC convened to help staff develop this policy. So I'm just going to try to quickly, this is a kind of boiled down presentation. I'll quickly go through the elements of the policy. So the baseline requirements are that households must be at or below 80% of area median income. The awardee, the homeowner, that's their principal residence with no other residence owned. You know, if they're listed on an heir's property, we've made that won't disqualify them. We have a 5-year residency requirement because we're trying to reach longtime homeowners in our neighborhoods, and there can be exemptions for folks who had storm damage. And then property tax value, capped at $1 million. The priorities for the program, and this partly came from your all's recommendation, low-income folks at or below 60% AMI, vulnerable populations, seniors, families with children, people with disabilities, long-term homeowners facing involuntary displacement, and then neighborhoods identified as vulnerable to displacement. And this is a list of the eligible and ineligible activities. Basically, we want to make sure that people are able to stay in their homes and we're getting those things done and they're not cosmetic. We're not doing any new construction, and we're reimbursing for work after it's been approved. So the assistance terms is that the maximum assistance available per home is $40,000. Up to $25,000 would be a grant. And above $25,000, it becomes a 0% deferred forgivable loan for repairs, up to $40,000. Loans would be forgiven in full if the homeowner remains in for 5 years, and it'll be reduced by 20% per year until it's fully forgiven. Now, if that person needs to sell their home or they pass away, it can be transferred to a new and verified income qualified household, including family members. Otherwise, if it went out on the open market and it sold for market price, then that loan would need to be paid back. Really quickly, a timeline of where we're at. As you recall, we were in front of PFI last month, and you all gave some feedback. We are hoping to release, if this is approved, we would release a call for proposals at some point in August and go through our selection process in August and September. AHAC, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, held 3 meetings, December, January, March, to really reflect, gather data. They heard from program providers about home repair. On May 14th, I brought them a draft policy. They reviewed it, and they made some recommendations. And we have incorporated most of those recommendations into the policy, with the exception for this last one where they had wanted to move those priority pieces into requirements. And then this is just an overview of the bond funding and how we have spent the bond so far. So last September, you all allocated $10 million for multifamily rental housing at the WNC Affordable Housing Loan Fund that's administered by Self-Help. Last June, you approved $1.5 million for phase 1 of 319 Biltmore. Last month, you approved $1.6 million for Oak Hill for home ownership. We're proposing $3 million for this item today, and that would leave a total allocation of $16.1 million of the $20 million bonds. And so that would leave $3.9 million remaining, and then we have another $1 million or $1.1 million in returned funds is for the HTF. So it's in the staff report as well. AHAC did a bunch of data investigation, and we know there is a lot of repairs out there that need to happen, both in homeownership situations and also rental. This program is only for homeownership. We also know that 20% of homeowners in the city limits are cost burdened. And when you're cost burdened, you're less likely to be able to keep up with the repairs to your house. And our housing needs assessment in 2024 showed that 57% of homeowners live in homes built before 1970. So, big swaths of our community are those homes. I've already talked about the funding that you all allocated in 2024. We've also invested $177,000 of steady state CDBG funds for urgent home repair with Habitat. With the $3 million investment, we could expect somewhere between 68 and 108 homes, and that's really just math. It could be more if some of the repairs are much lower in cost. But using those $25,000 and $40,000 numbers, and bond funds are an ideal source for this project because they can really help with these smaller scope home repairs, and they don't have the same requirements as federal funds do. So I have a suggested motion for you. Happy to take any questions or comments.
I move to approve the home.
Wait, I have a question. Hold on a second. I'm right there with you, but let me just ask one question. Sorry. I'm curious about the $1 million house value cap, why it's so high.
Right. It is high, agreed.
But there's income restrictions and stuff, so I'm picturing it's like maybe someone has generational housing and the house is worth a lot, but it's in need of repair, but they're on low income, they're a senior, I don't know. What do you?
I think, the discussion was something around, that there's been a lot of discussion in our community around tax values and appraisals. And sometimes houses are appraising for a lot more than maybe they would actually sell or somebody can keep.
But if I own $1 million house, do I need a $25,000 grant? It's just a little.
Well, yes. If you're below a certain income, or you might be credit strapped.
So the inability to get.
Right,
Yeah.
I think it's very unlikely, right? So, if you think about.
Not likely to happen, you mean?
Not likely to
the other
happen.
qualify.
And also the scope of the grants are so small.
Yeah.
Like if you have a house that's
$1 million.
really needs a full-scale rehab or,
Yeah, okay. No, that makes me feel better. I kind of needed to
I
hear
think
it.
it was also placed high just so that it's not being changed every year.
And then the Archer folks could apply to this, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I liked how their data summary also helped drive some of the cap, like the 5 years, the 25,000, it all makes a lot of sense. Go ahead, Kim.
So I
Go ahead, Kim.
move to approve the home repair policy and allocate $3 million of the affordable housing bond dollars to home repair.
I second it.
Okay.
They're giving me hell for talking too much.
Thank you, Sasha. We do not have anyone signed up to speak under this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you. All right, now we have our anti-displacement resolution. Assistant City Manager Ben Woody is here to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Ben Woody, Assistant City Manager. I too am going to move through this quickly, and I only have 5 content slides, so it shouldn't take long. Affordable housing, or anti-displacement affordable housing project is something we've been working on, and we've provided regular updates to council. This slide is just kind of the pieces of that project and what it looks like. We are making good progress on the development of a displacement risk assessment tool. We're hard at work on a lot of the mitigation strategies. You actually just approved one in your previous motion, in your vote. One of the things that we're coming a little bit out of order is the concept of a resolution, and that's what's before you tonight. I want to talk about that and how that came to be, and really the resolution is an opportunity to kind of set the tone for the work moving forward, even though we've already done a lot of good work. 2023, 2024, the city completed its missing middle housing study as well as its affordable housing plan. That set us into motion doing a number of things. Again, Sasha just presented a home repair program that came out of that affordable housing plan. Missing middle, one of the items we did from that study was council, you adopted a number of corridor-based zoning text amendments. If you remember back in March of 2025, one of the things that came out of that was also kind of a designation, we call it 7F, but it basically kind of carved out some neighborhoods, primarily legacy neighborhoods, and exempted them from portions of that corridor-based zoning text amendment. A few months after that, city staff, along with some of you even, started meeting with L&C coalition members to talk about kind of next steps and what the city could do better or more of around anti-displacement. Through the course of those meetings, L&C and some of the representatives suggested that City Council or the City of Asheville adopt some sort of resolution or even an ordinance to kind of state its intent and its commitment to anti-displacement as we continue to grapple with some of the housing challenges we have. That's how this got started. It was initially community-driven, but to be clear, the resolution you have tonight was largely written by staff. So this is something that we worked on, and we did that based on what we've heard from the community and through our meetings through the course of the past few months. So the resolution has a couple of things in it, and I'm not going to read all this to you. One thing it lays out, I believe, is a commitment to neighborhood stability, and that is protecting neighbors from displacement that wish to remain in their neighborhoods and their homes. The resolution acknowledges past harms that are done through actions such as redlining, urban renewal, some of the zoning actions that have been taken. So the resolution acknowledges that and seeks to address those past harms. It prioritizes a data-driven framework using objective data to identify areas that are most vulnerable to displacement, so we have a better understanding of that, and then how that can be used to develop mitigating solutions. It calls for a comprehensive policy integration, and that is the idea of taking these, assessing our existing tools and what we are doing, how are they working, and then looking for new policy-based tools and protections we can incorporate into our future work. And so it's the idea of taking anti-displacement and looking at it more comprehensively across all the things that the city does. And then finally, the resolution states a commitment to continuing community-focused engagement and particularly prioritizing those who are often most vulnerable and at risk to displacement. And that can include certain geographies in the city based on data. Oftentimes, renters, low-income residents, and homeowners on fixed incomes are most affected and most vulnerable to displacement. So the approach, and that's probably why we have some speakers signed up tonight to talk about this, what the draft resolution does. Again, it was developed by staff based on some of our engagement we've had. A lot of other cities have done this, so it's not a new thing necessarily. And then looking at our existing plans that we have in place. It really does two things. It creates a framework. It directs the city manager in the city to first identify those areas that are particularly sensitive to displacement and loss of neighborhood identity. So we want to know the areas that in fact are at risk to displacement. Then the other thing it does, it creates an operational assessment where we would go through a process, city staff with the community, of assessing our tools and programs and looking for ways to identify and implement additional strategies that ultimately strengthen our anti-displacement protections. So I have a suggested motion. I'm happy to answer any questions the council has, and I can do that now or after the speakers.
I think we have an updated motion.
Do you have an updated motion?
We do.
You'll have to.
So with that in mind, one thing, council, as you're aware, we received emails about this one. The LNC in particular suggested that there weren't sufficient measurable outcomes. So the alternative motion that I have, that I hope you'll allow me to make, directs the city manager to include measurable milestones in the strategic plan that we agreed as a body to move forward with. So in the strategic plan, milestones will be specifically delineated. And I believe that helps get LNC closer to what they envisioned for.
No
This part.
specifics in milestones, just milestones?
Well, yeah,
Oh, okay. You have more.
but in this, well, not in the motion, but the specifics will be in the strategic plan. You want to help me out with that if I missed something?
Sure. As a part of the strategic plan process, you all will work along with us and community to develop focus area goals, strategies. You've already directed us to include anti-displacement as a strategy. It will take significant amount of time to develop very specific measurable outcomes to align with those goals. But it is something that is a part of the strategic plan and will be included in that process,
And
along
important,
with the other goals that you all.
and importantly, the engagement will continue to guide us where we want to go with the
Yes.
milestones.
Engagement will be included as a part of the strategic plan process. Engagement is a part of that framework as well. The other thing that we will be committing to as a part of the strategic plan is regular updates. So that was another component of what has been requested to include language around reporting.
So I'm not sensing too much heartburn from staff on the addition. It sounds like it's going to be hard to navigate, but we'll get there.
No, I think as a part of the strategic plan process, this would be something that we would expect to happen.
Okay. I like having outcomes to even know if we're meeting our goals. I brought it up in another hearing earlier. It's like, how do we know if we're successful?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So this is one of those ones where we need a motion before I can take the public comments. So if you would.
Okay. I move to adopt a resolution supporting a comprehensive approach to minimizing displacement and supporting stability in neighborhoods and directing the city manager to develop a framework to identify those areas within the city which are particularly sensitive to displacement and loss of neighborhood identity, and to design a strategy and operational improvements to balance the need for additional housing options while protecting those communities most at risk of displacement, and to incorporate the directions of this resolution into the development of the organization's strategic plan, including measurable milestones, expected outcomes, and a reporting structure.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. All right, the first person signed up to speak under this one is Spencer Cargus. Okay, Susan Bean.
Good evening. I am Susan Bean. I am yawning with you. Thank you all for your service, and I know it has been a long night. I mostly just really appreciate this commitment to anti-displacement work. I'm usually up here championing the supply side solutions in our housing crisis, and I know that we can't, those will not work if we don't also have protections for vulnerable residents, and so I appreciate this commitment to working on those things. I'm grateful for the work of staff that we're already partnering with to develop those. I echo the legacy neighborhood concerns around the lack of specificity here, so I'm hopeful that the measures that you have added will get there. I don't have the strategic planning process laid out in front of me, but eager to see some more, teeth and specificity in this, but appreciate the spirit of the commitment and grateful for that. So thank you all.
Thank you. Andy Paul.
Okay. Hey, everyone. I am a lead organizer with Asheville for All, and I really do support the intent and the goals and the spirit behind this resolution as someone who personally has experienced displacement as a renter in this city a decade ago. I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which is that if you ask 10 people what anti-displacement means, you'll get 11 or 15 different answers. It's kind of a funky term. We don't know what anti-displacement means. And everyone brings their own biases, their own research, their own preferences, their own experience, and their own interests to the term when they want to define it. So I just want to speak about this a little bit. I do not want to give you my definition of what anti-displacement means. Rather, I want to tell everyone in this room, please, 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 look at the 2024 Affordable Housing Plan. It's really great, and I think if you actually look at this study, There's one thing that is clear, is that anti-displacement is all about yes and. Yes, we need missing middle. Yes, we need corridor housing. Yes, we need a centralized registry for below market rate homes. Yes, we need to beef up the housing trust fund. Yes, we need to revive and revise Luigi. There was a Luigi shout out earlier, which I liked. And yes to land banking. You know, these are all strategies that are listed in the Affordable Housing Plan. And just as an aside, if you look at the cities that are making progress on this, like Portland, Oregon, like Austin, Texas, they are using an aggressively yes and approach. And this takes me to my one quibble with this resolution. It's not the goals, it's not the spirit, it's not the stated intent. It's just some of the language in the resolution itself. It's the language of balance. You know, you need to balance this policy with that policy. You can't turn up this dial until you turn up that dial. And I think this language of balance, and it's almost a kind of antagonism, it really does conflict with what our affordable housing plan says. We should not be pitting anti-displacement strategies against one another in order to sell them to the public. So, other than my small quibble, I'm in full support. I hope we can move ahead with all sorts of anti-displacement strategies. Thanks to you all. Thanks to Ben. I know he's been working very hard on this. Thanks to everyone else who's working hard on it.
Thank you. David Greenson?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'll keep this brief. David Greenson here from the Government Accountability Project, GAP AVL. Really want to thank city staff for this really thoughtful and collaborative process so far that we've been able to be part of alongside Legacy Neighborhood Coalition and other community groups. I will say that when we saw the draft of this resolution this past week, and we actually met on Friday, the sense in the room was that this, like, so many good elements, so much good intention, but it's just, it's missing this key ingredient of an accountability plan and a timeline for implementation. And we were kind of close, I thought, to saying you all should just not vote on it, but then we came up with, what if we just add the provision that the city manager would come back within 90 days to provide some of that. It sounds like you all are going in a different direction, which is that it's going to be tied into the strategic plan, which has a longer timeline. And I don't frankly know how the folks that are working on this would feel about that. I'm mixed on it myself. But I just want to voice, you referenced Seku's letter. He couldn't be here tonight, but he asked me to quote from his letter, that the unanswered questions are really what happens next, when will it happen, who will be responsible, how will progress be measured? And I think without more clarity on that, we're a little uneasy because we really think this process has been great, but it's missing that specificity. So I'm hearing that the movement is towards this tying into the strategic plan, and I hope that will work out. And I do encourage you to vote in favor of this, even though I think it's still not exactly what we were asking for, but that's just how politics works. So thanks very much.
Okay, that is the last speaker under this item. Council, we're ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes 6-0.
We talked about that one for a really long time, y'all. Good work.
That is a milestone. I would celebrate more if it wasn't 10:30.
Good work tomorrow.
Right, we'll wake up and celebrate. So that concludes our printed agenda. So now we're going to move into general public comment. Folks, you'll have 3 minutes to speak unless you're speaking for a group. And I don't know if everybody's still here, but we'll give it a shot. The first person signed up to speak is Eva Ritchie. Okay, Eva Ritchie was going to talk about the Carl Sandburg house. And yeah. Okay, Fred Stack.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, for waiting for me to be last. That's the best good news you're going to hear. I am at the end of this. The topic I'm going to talk about is a parking situation in Asheville. Each of you received an email from me about 2 weeks ago that gave details about pivot parking. I'm over in the River Arts District. My name is Fred Stack, and I'm the owner of a new gallery that's opened up in the Wire Building called Ketos. And Ketos means thank you. But at any rate, the email I sent you gave you details about what's going on with the parking. That specific company, I've heard others in Asheville have similar kind of activities. And the big issue, what it comes down to is, if you overstay your stay by 6 minutes, 7 minutes, you get a bill in the mail for $102. And you get very threatening letters from them regarding turning it over to collection agencies and things of that nature. As an update, I also mentioned that it's a very difficult app. There was problems with it or something. I've now learned that the app for pivot parking is an app that has been modified and works better in eastern North Carolina. It specifically will not work in Asheville. I asked why, and they won't answer that question as to where it's at. What's happening now, in addition to being, if you're a little bit late on leaving, is I have people coming into my gallery. When I had my grand opening, I had 130 people, and people are coming, help me outside with the parking app. I can't get it to work. So I would leave that and go out and help them. If it took longer than 15 minutes from when they first tried and struggled and didn't make it work, and then I got there and tried to help them and make it work, if it was longer than 15 minutes, they got a bill for $52 for registering it late. It's not like they spent longer in their parking or registering late. So I think these are very deceptive business practices. I've written to the district attorney as well as the attorney general. I have not heard back from them yet. I did hear back from some of you. I thank you very much. And I heard back from a Stephanie Gillum, who did advise me that the North Carolina Supreme Court has decided that counties and cities do not have authority of regulating private parking. Okay, so what am I asking of you here today is to do somewhat similar to what I've done. I've now reached out to my representative, state and House in Raleigh, and asked them to give authority to the cities so they can protect themselves. So that's my request to you, is you write to your representatives, you've got the contact better than I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Stack, our city attorney stepped away, but we receive a number of complaints about these issues all the time. And he actually is, they're gonna look a little deeper into some of this and see if there is anything that we're able to do other than lobby, obviously, for some sort of.
I'd like to give you a little, I manage parking lots and I work with parking lot management companies privately, and it is entirely up to the owner to determine the terms of that contract.
That's what I was gonna say.
And as well as the charge for the lateness, the app management, all of those things are under the
So the
purview
wire
of me.
Who owns the
That's who I
property.
would talk to, and
And they
additionally, I will
that
tell
they
you,
can't control it, is controlled in Raleigh.
and additionally,
Wow.
I'll tell you that, well, that might be their Raleigh corporate.
Right.
It's supposed to have a back and
Well-
forth with you. We gotta finish
I
our public, yeah.
I'm gonna
So-
email you again.
Yeah,
We were back and forth.
okay. Next is Sally Grau, and she has 3 people yielding their time. Just raise your hand when I call your name. Lindsay Hensley, yes, and Scott Burrows, and Spencer Cargus.
He already spoke.
Okay. What?
He already spoke on another issue.
Wait.
No, he didn't
He,
actually.
not
Oh,
on
no,
general
you're-
public
you're
comment, yeah. Okay. I was flagging that. Yeah. Yes, you're good to go, you're good to go. Maggie, I think she needs help with the presentation. Don't worry, your time doesn't start yet. Yes. Mhm.
So to City Manager Wesley and all of council, if you'd like to follow along that way too.
Can you stand by the mic? I can't hear you.
I know it's really late and we all have low blood sugar, so I'm going to try to do this quickly and effectively. I want to start by thanking all of you for your dedication to our city, as is evidenced by the fact that you're here hearing about all of these important issues. My name is Sally Grau, and I'm here to speak about community concerns regarding Weaver Park. I would like to begin by expressing appreciation on behalf of the North Asheville Little League and the neighborhoods to City Manager DK Wesley and Mayor Mannheimer for meeting with us about these concerns already. Okay, so here we go, Weaver Park. So just so you're not just hearing this from me, here are some community voices regarding concerns about the new playground that was recently installed by Asheville Parks and Rec. I'm glad someone said it. I can't believe how bad that playground is. Not only is there little to play on, it's very poorly designed too. I drove by it the other day and was so sad to see the tiny playground. It used to be my kids' favorite. There was nothing wrong with the old design. They really need to replace benches for the parents and elders to sit. That is a basic element at any children's park. The playground is awful, and there's only 2 picnic tables and no benches now. There were half a dozen. We went there recently after not being there in a minute and were shocked at the lackluster playground. My son, who is 12, remembered the old playground and was seriously dismayed. So here are some images of the former play structure at Weaver Park. I know it's kind of hard to zoom in, but I listed some of the features here. There was a ramp for accessibility. There were 6 different access points, various steps, ladders, climbing frames. Here was another path. There were monkey bars. In this initial area was a toddler area with a slide and a climbing frame appropriate for the younger kids. And then as you proceeded kind of up the play structure, there was an older children's area with another climbing frame and 2 slides. And then underneath was an imaginative play area. Here is the new play structure. So as you can see, it's considerably smaller. There's no ramp, which raises accessibility concerns. There are only 2 access points. One is a ladder with unevenly spaced rungs, which makes it inappropriate for toddlers and differently abled children. And then on the other side is a rope ladder that, again, is not climbable by most children. There are only 2 slides. There are no monkey bars or climbing frames, and a lot of kids complain about hitting their heads, like it's hard to climb in to these very enclosed spaces. So other changes that happened during the renovation. Prior to the renovation, there were multiple benches at the playground. There were working restrooms. There was a sandbox with a high ledge that was helpful for seating. There were rocking horses for toddlers, and there was safe mulch. After the renovation, there are no park benches. The restrooms are closed due to electrical issues. There was damage during the renovation. And the community's been given no timeline for when the restrooms will reopen. The sandbox has a ledge that's not appropriate for seating, and as one grandfather explained to me, when they dug up the playground a second time, all of the drainage rocks got mixed in with the mulch, so now children cannot go barefoot in the playground anymore. So how did we get here? The community is not sure, because there was a real lack of community engagement by Asheville Parks and Rec when they were planning this renovation. They did not contact key stakeholders, the Norwood Park Neighborhood Association, the Jackson Park Neighborhood Association, the Claxton Elementary community, JCC, YMCA, or even the immediate neighbors, many of whom are families with young children that live within sight of the park. Asheville Parks and Rec did do a survey. They surveyed 98 people. Again, this is one of the most popular playgrounds in Asheville, but they surveyed 98 people. You can see here, this is taken from the survey itself, and I included a link, that 32% of the people they surveyed use the playground a couple of times a month. They should have been surveying, the majority of participants should have been people that use this playground daily or weekly, but instead the majority of participants use it maybe once a month. So again, I think there was a disconnect here in how Parks and Rec approached engaging with the community about what they wanted. So here are some more photographs of the playground before the renovation. You can see a bench here in a shady area. There were more benches kind of around the corner and over by the sandbox. Here's the sandbox that was larger, so it's smaller now, and some rocking elements that are gone. And you can see also the play structure itself is very open and inviting. When I was there last Saturday, there were no kids playing on the new play structure. And when I used to go there with my kids, the park was full of families. So that's the first issue with the renovation. The second issue with the renovation has to do with the ball field that is there in Weaver Park. And the Weaver Park Baseball Diamond has been the home of this Little League organization, the North Asheville Little League, for 50 years. And in fact, I had one grandfather reach out to me who said he played there 68 years ago. So the long history of play at this park, it's very, very important to this league. Sadly, over the past few decades, a lot of the other local Little Leagues have closed. There used to be a West Asheville Little League, East Asheville, South Asheville. They've all closed. This is the last Little League we have in Asheville, and it serves, despite its name, all Asheville families and all Buncombe County families. It's run completely by volunteers, and they do an amazing job. My son's been playing with them for 3 seasons now, and the coaches and the league welcome all players regardless of their income level. They will waive registration fees. They will get a kid a bat, a glove, shoes, whatever they need. They love this game, and they want to get kids in this game because they see that it builds confidence, teamwork skills. When you see a Little League kid get their first hit on the field, their whole face lights up. It's an amazing thing, and it's amazing that volunteers do all of this. And they were even given a nationwide award last year for all of their work they did after the hurricane to get this league up and running for the kids. So anyway, Weaver Park has been their home field for 50 years. They have 3 fields in Asheville: Weaver, Jones, and Gassaway. A few years ago, Asheville Parks and Rec stopped maintaining Jones, so the league took it over. It bought its own mowing equipment, and there are volunteers out there mowing all summer long so they can use that field in the fall and the spring. They have volunteers dragging the field, lining the field. North Asheville Little League paid for grading and sand. They rent a porta potty, and now they're paying for trash service because all of that is no longer provided by Parks and Rec. So again, this Weaver Park has been the home field of North Asheville Little League. You can see the former dugouts here are painted blue, and they have NA, that's the symbol. I didn't wear my t-shirt today, but they approached Asheville Parks and Rec because this field had drainage issues, and Parks and Rec said they were gonna renovate the field. And so the NAW leadership went to Parks and Rec, and they said, please let us work with you on the design, on the grading. We have experience. We graded Jones. It's been very successful. We don't have drainage issues there anymore. And Asheville Parks and Rec said, no, we don't want your input. We've got this. And unfortunately, everything was done incorrectly. So they relocated the dugouts, and it came up in our meeting with DK that probably what happened is the designer researched youth baseball field dimensions and came up with a middle school level field requirements. Well, middle schoolers are 12, 13, 14. They run an 80-foot baseline. These kids start at age 4 and go up to age 12. They run a 60-foot baseline. So they just didn't build the field to Little League requirements. And again, this could have been prevented if they'd worked with North Asheville Little League. So not only are the new dugouts in the wrong location, but the bullpen isn't long enough for pitchers to actually warm up, and the fencing isn't high enough for pitchers to throw warm-up throws because the balls will end up in the sandbox where toddlers are playing or in the dugout where children are waiting to bat. So it's just kind of, it seems to me, a little bit of a comedy of errors. And again, you know, there's been a lot of talk of budgets tonight. This was a capital project. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars that were spent, I would argue, irresponsibly without enough community engagement. All right, so I've already gone through most of this. The dugouts are now in the wrong location. The bullpen is not the correct length, doesn't have high enough fencing. The drainage issues, that were supposedly addressed are actually now worse than they were prior to the renovation. So this field had 13 rainouts. The Jones field that the North Asheville Little League helped to grade and bring in the right kind of sand had 3 rainouts. So again, they wanted to bring their expertise and experience and work with Parks and Rec. Oh, am I done? Has it been 10 minutes?
Yeah.
That was very
I'm
informative.
not done. It's all in the slideshow.
Yeah,
It's
and
mostly-
you did email it to us, so we
Yes.
do have it, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I know that our manager has had an opportunity to go to the park and meet with some of you all and is continuing to work on this and take a look at it.
I was just gonna say I'd love some follow-up. You know, I don't know if there was a goal in making the field bigger or if it was an oversight, but some follow-up would be helpful.
Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Vince, no last name, so Vince.
Hey, I got a question, Mayor. Do you even know who the mayor was in 1882?
So this is public comment, so it's your opportunity to speak to us.
Yeah, that's what I'm speaking to you. I'm asking you a question.
Go ahead and tell us your remarks.
Jesus Christ. Do you know who the mayor was in the year 1882?
Can you just go ahead and make your, this
Well,
is,
you know what? Plain and simple. You know what? To everybody watching at home, I'm tired of people coming up here complaining about what the mayor is doing. It's plain and simple. I'm tired of people coming up here worrying about the budget and they're not in control of it. You gotta think about it. You make the best decisions when you vote for people. I'm just tired of it. I didn't sit here for like 8 or 9 hours. You know what I'm saying? Just to let you know. So if I had one wish before I go to sleep at night, you know, that wish will be if you could step down. If you could step down for maybe until the election. You know, I don't have nothing against you. I don't have nothing against nobody. It's just, I just feel like Asheville is sad, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. I'm not worrying about what y'all do with the money. That's not my problem. What I'm worrying about is that if you're gonna take accountability and do the right thing, right? I'm not in that position. If I had a chance to put this lady in your seat, Ms. Kim, that's what I would do. So many people stand up here and complain about all this money. I'm not worrying about that. I'm worrying about what is you doing. It's been 3 shootings in Asheville, 3 shootings. You don't interact with the people in the public housing. You don't do that, Mayor. And I'm not being mean. I'm just trying to figure out why. Why would something bad happen? People always sit back and holler. They scream. We couldn't even, you know what I'm saying? Like it's every time I come up here, it's nothing changed. It's nothing changed, Mayor. I'm just asking, please step down. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Asheville change. I don't want to keep seeing the same buildings being built, PVA Hillcrest, you know what I'm saying? Like, thank God I don't live out there, but what I'm asking you is just hear me out. Please step down. Step down, go join your life, and let this lady right here run. That's the only thing I'm saying. Is that hard? I mean, is that hard? I'm asking each and every one of y'all, like at the end of the day, like seriously, like, like it's so crazy that I have to speak about this because so many people stand here. Mayor, you're not doing the right thing. Like, I don't care what you do with the money. I'm not worrying about that. I got one more thing to
thank
say.
you very much. We have another person signed up to speak. Sir,
Who's next? Call the next.
all right, the next person signed up to speak is Jonathan Wainscott. Is Jonathan still here?
No.
Okay, we have, the next person signed up to speak is Scott, no last name. Is Scott here? And the next person we have signed up to speak is Aaron. I'm gonna ask you to please sit down. Thank you. Is Aaron here? Okay, Thank you. That concludes the folks that are signed up to speak for public comment, and we are adjourned.